My screen. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. And others will be trickling, I'm sure, throughout the day and so forth, but I want to be cognizant and mindful of your time. And go ahead and get started because even when there's only like 2 or 3 people, there's still information to learn, information to gather. That was on top of this. So, for those who are online live streaming, my name is, and to those who are in the room, my name is Leon Wilson. I work at the Cleveland Foundation in Cleveland, Ohio. And the Cleveland Foundation is the organization that has been tasked to assist Broadband Ohio with their digital equity planning process. And when we talk about Broadband Ohio and their digital equity planning process, why are they doing this? Why are we here in Youngstown wanting to listen from members and stakeholders from Ashtabula, from Mahoney, from Trumbull County? Is because when Broadband Ohio looks at what we call this digital divide, they have these particular statistics, and some of them may be slightly dated, but they have statistics talking about, and let me just slide this thing down here out the way.
That's not showing up on the live stream. Just
Can I close it? Let's put it down here so I can see it. So about infrastructure availability, talking about roughly about 195,000 residents, Ohioans, or locations that do not have access to 25 megabits download, 3 megabits upload internet speed, or what has been classified as broadband internet speed. 139,000 of those additionally don't have access to 100 megabits download, 20 megabits upload. And I think what we all learned when the pandemic first hit, we never paid attention to upload speed. We were always focused on, when you look at all the marketing material, promotion materials, and when you're paying for internet plans and so forth, you were looking at those big numbers on download speed. And that was the key. But when the pandemic hit and everybody turned to Zoom, everybody turned to WebEx, everybody turned to some kind of video chatting, video conference calling, then upload speed became a significant issue, as realizing that they were restricted in what they could really do. So now that number, that 3 in the 25.3, that 20 in that 120 became a more and more prevalent issue when you look at the holistic, support of your broadband internet speed. Again, statistics that Broadband Ohio collected from different agencies, so forth, show that, again, we talk about affordability of internet subscriptions. Roughly 1.98 million residents are eligible for this program called the Affordability Connectivity Program. And basically what that is saying that folks, households that are eligible to get a $30 subsidy or voucher off of their broadband internet plan, we have 1.98 million households throughout Ohio that are eligible for this plan. A lot. And then devices, they looked at it and they showed about 386,000 households are without a computing device of any type. So not a tablet, not a computer, not a laptop, any device so that you can do essential things. And then digital literacy skills, which is very nebulous stuff, like what is digital literacy? What codifies what constitutes you to be digitally literate or not? Roughly, again, 76,000 households that earn $50,000 per year or less have what we call low digital skills. And what we've learned in a lot of communications, a lot of research around economic development, about jobs, opportunity, workforce development, things of that nature, by and large, jobs with meaningful wage require a requisite amount of digital skills training and capabilities. But then if you have this size proportion of Ohioans that are lacking those digital skills, now they're impaired in getting access to equitable, meaningful jobs. So what does Ohio want to do about this? And if I can click to move it, let's try this. It was working. All right, turn it off and back on. Oh, there we go. Right here. Go ahead. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, all right, apologies, thanks. We always have to have technical support for digital skills assessments and technical assistance. So how does it look like? How do we now boil this down to the counties that we're here and listening from? When you look at Ashtabula County, and they have, again, color coded showing, red, obviously, whenever we color code things means you're at, not so great, not so good. But again, they're reporting 65%, and I'm sure these numbers are somewhat dated, but not that far off. 65% of populations and 32% of households do not have access to that 25 megabit, 3 megabit speed of internet speeds. So again, you saw what Ohio was, but when you zoom in to Ashtabula County, here are their numbers. 55% of the households are below 10.1, so 10 megabytes download, 1 megabit upload speed. What does that look like for Mahoney County? 27% of the population and 10% of households do not have access to broad, 25.3 broad internet speed. And when we look at Trumbull County, the numbers are 39%. So you see an auto red. And those of you that live in these counties, those of you that live in Ashtabula, those of you that live in Mahoney, those of you who live in Trumbull, I'm sure you know clear as day where those areas are that are red, where those areas are that are green, where those areas that are in between, and know the populations and the challenges that are happening in those particular areas. So Broadband Ohio's response to this was to lean in and to leverage resources that the federal government put in place through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. They funded two major programs. One program was called the Broadband Equity Access Deployment Program, $42.45 billion that were earmarked for that to help out with fiber deployment in many communities throughout the United States. Another auxiliary program that was with that called the Digital Equity Program, $2.75 billion that was earmarked for that. Now, these were programs that were put in place. I believe that this legislation was passed in 2021. And now Broadband Ohio is trying to tap into these dollars to gain access to this. If you look at, and for the purpose of this conversation is about, because Broadband Ohio is also having listening sessions about how can they tap into that $42.45 billion. This conversation, this listening session is to really look at how do we unpack and tap into that $2.75 billion of dollars that are earmarked or that can be earmarked to help out Broadband Ohio and all those many residents, all those many communities, all those many households that are suffering from affordable broadband internet, that are suffering from access to devices that are usable for their daily lives, and digital skills training. So the digital equity program is really broken up into three parts. And again, not to get into too many details, but what the state did was apply to an organization, a federal organization called the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, and asked for and put in a $1.47 million grant proposal to say, we would like to do a 1-year assessment, needs assessment, asset mapping, understanding, and study, so that we can understand where are the pain points, what are the opportunities, and what are the challenges and barriers for digital equity, for digital opportunity, for access to affordable broadband, for access to affordable devices, for access to, for digital skill support, and all the other wraparound services that will support that. And they get awarded those dollars, and they commissioned 5 agencies and broke up the state into 5 regions to say, help us understand how do we come up with a statewide plan around digital equity so that we can then go back to that same agency, that same NTIA, and now say, we've talked to our residents, we talked to our community, we've talked to our stakeholders, we've understood our pain points, opportunities, barriers, pilot programs that we want to explore. Here's what we like to do so that we can then deploy this over the next few years to try to bring more Ohioans online, digitally literate and with the requisite devices and tools that they need in their households to be engaged in this digital economy and this digital society. So that's what's happening right now, and that's why we're here wanting to hear from you, boots on the ground. What's been happening? I always say that whether you realize it or not, when the pandemic hit back in February, March of 2020, we all became digital ambassadors. We all began understanding what the pain points are. So when we said, well, what have you been happening? What's been happening here in Ashtabula County over the past 3 years? What's been happening here in Trumbull County over the past 3 years? What's been happening here in Mahoney County over the past 3 years? You were dealing with the same issues that was happening across the country, where kids were being sent home to remote learn, but you found out that a decent percentage of those kids didn't either A, have computers in their homes, or B, only had one computer at home that was being serviced, that was needed for multiple kids in the household, or C, they didn't have the right internet access so that they can get on their Zoom sessions to be able to remotely learn. We also learned over the past 3 years about when we told all of our seniors and aging populations, we pretty much quarantined them into their apartments. We quarantined them in their assisted living facilities and in their homes and so forth, and say, stay put, do everything online. That we realized that they didn't have the devices in their homes, they didn't have the right kind of internet speeds, the digital skills in order to be able to socially engage and still stay connected with society. And that's where telehealth began to blow up and became a serious issue and challenge to get hospital system connected to their patients and so forth. What did we also learn over the past 3 years? Well, up until March of 2020, the whole methodology and our whole process was if you didn't have a computer in your home, if you needed assistance, go to the public library, sign up for this workforce development program, go to this community center. In other words, leave your house and go somewhere. And then when we told everybody, no, stay put, stay in your homes, then we found out that while that was noble and that was definitely warranted and necessary to have computing labs in the public libraries and rec centers and having workforce development and retraining programs in different agencies run by nonprofits and other quasi-public government agencies. When you sent these individuals homes, how do you now have to operate in a more hybrid fashion? And then also what we realized that while we're well past, the pandemic and endemic, we're still dealing with, COVID from time to time. And we have a new norm. So we're not out of the woods yet, where occasionally you may still have a youth in K-12 that has to stay home for a week or two and quarantine themselves, but still be able to remotely learn. You may have a senior that still isn't comfortable coming out of his or her household to go to just a checkup or a follow-up visit with their physician or pick up their prescriptions and so forth. You may have other scenarios where people still have to remotely learn because the kids are out of school or that class had an outburst. So now all the kids in that school are quarantined at home, and the parents have to stay home, but still have to work remotely. And they need internet access and so forth. Those days are still here and there. So when we're talking about programs, we're talking about digital equity, we're not out of the woods yet. We want to know, again, as I said, what is that looking like today in Northeast Ohio across these 18 counties? What are still the pain points? What are the programs that you stood up that are working effectively? Or that are working somewhat okay, but you need a little bit more help with? We want to know where should BroadbandOhio be focusing their attention on? If you had your top 10 list of things that you would need for your respective county, your respective municipality, and so forth, what are those things? Who have you been partnering with? Have you been partnering with area for agencies, community action agencies, libraries, United Ways, other nonprofits, rec centers, and so forth? Who have you been partnering with? What coalitions have you developed over time to try to bear through the last 3 years, but realize that we're in a new norm. We're living in a quasi-hybrid model these days, and we have to operate and restructure ourselves accordingly. So when Broadband Ohio approached us and we approached them and said, we're willing to step up and help lead this conversations across these 18 counties, they commissioned us to say, okay, go forth and perform listening sessions, but realize that, with budgeting reasons and so forth, that again, stand up and do up to 10 listening sessions across your respective counties. To do that, you do the math, 18 counties, 10 listening sessions, that means we had to cluster some of these counties. So that's why today, we're not just talking to Ashtabula, we're not just talking to Mahoney, we're not just talking to Trumbull, we're talking to all three of you simultaneously. Next week, we'll be in Lorain County, at Lorain Public Library, talking to Lorain residents, public officials, ISPs and so forth, as well as Cuyahoga County residents. And that's how we're going to get those and tease out and get that information from all of you. What are we doing? Our focus in this conversation, our focus today, and as others come in and come in over time, is really focused on about availability of internet, affordability of internet, accessibility of internet, digital devices, digital device access, and so forth. Every county, every community may be doing things slightly differently. We want to learn from you. We want to hear from you. Digital skills training. Are there training programs that are out there right now, and who's offering them? And not only who's offering them, are they being utilized? Are there some challenges? Are you meeting people where they're at? A few years ago, when I was looking into digital skills training, I met with members from the public library system. And again, I'm in Cleveland, so I was talking to Cleveland Public Library administrators, East Cleveland Public Library administrators, and Cuyahoga County Public Library administrators. And we were talking about digital skills training. And one of the executives says, you have to meet people where they're at. What that means is that some people want to sit down and go to a 2-week training program. Some people say, I have an application I have to fill out for a job. I have to do it online. And that's success for me. It's just being able to be able to go online, fill out the application and submit it. But to do so, I need an email account, because the recruiter is going to be communicating with me via email, so I don't miss that opportunity. But that's success for me, not sitting in a 3-week digital skills class, just getting that. Another person might be, as a senior, it's like, I want to be able to socially interact with my grandkids. I want to know how to FaceTime or how to group chat and things of that nature when family members are talking about different things. That's success for me. So success is relative to that particular person and what their particular needs are. And when the library said you have to meet people where they're at, that means that we have to have an omni-channel kind of approach to digital skills. Whether it's just show me how to do something online real quickly, just show me how to upload a document, scan it, upload and document, or I want the full suite of a comprehensive program that leads to some kind of micro-credential or other credential, so now I can be more meaningfully, more marketable in the workforce and so forth. Regional planning, what we need to be doing, what they're asking, what is Broadband Ohio asking us to do, is to do that needs assessment. What are the needs for those respective counties? Asset mapping, what current services and programs that are currently out there that may have been out there for 10 or 15 years, or that you just recently stood up as a result of the pandemic, and how are they operating? What are your successes? What have been your continuous challenges? And then obviously dealing with, federal dollars, dealing with a federal program and so forth, we need to have measurable objectives. Where are we trying to go? What is success going to look like for Northeast Ohio? What is success going to look like for the state of Ohio? And then measurable strategies. Oops, I just did that. Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to targeting and having those deep conversations at the, county by county or in clusters of county, we're also being very mindful of certain covered populations or targeted populations that we really want to hear from. While we definitely need to hear from everybody, anybody, everybody, we really want to pay particular attention to individuals who live in low-income households. We definitely want to pay particular attention to the aging population. those that are recently incarcerated, except for those in federal correctional facilities, veterans, what challenges, are there any unique challenges for veterans that they're suffering from, that they're grappling with? Individuals with disabilities. Now, this is a big one right here because while in the US, we've always had the ADA, act, just the American Disability Act. And it was a really, I remember I've been in technology for quite some time. Back when websites first came up, everybody was focused on ADA compliance, like is your website ADA compliant and things of that nature. Seems like over the years that kind of died out and we just assumed that it's ubiquitous and we got it all figured out. But no, ADA issues are still an issue. So now, how are we? We're now living in this digital society, in this digital age. How is that affecting or infecting those with disabilities? Variations of disabilities, those with language barriers, whether you're immigrants, whether you're refugees, so forth. How are we dealing, and what does this look like for those with language barriers and language disabilities, English as a second language, racial and ethnic minorities, and then finally rural residents. These are particular populations, these are particular individuals that we definitely want to hear from, while we're also hearing from the county, the city, the municipality, the township as a whole. We definitely want to see, are there any kind of unique barriers, unique challenges for these group of individuals right here? And we hope to uncover that. We hope to hear from that during these series of listening sessions, kicking off with the one we're here today in Ashtabula, representing Ashtabula, Trumbull, and Mahoney. So to just level set, when we talk about terms like digital inclusion, when we use terms like digital equity, digital skills, who defines what that is? And what a lot of us have been doing is leaning on a nonprofit organization, an advocacy group called the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, and using their language that they help codify about what is digital inclusion, which, if you boil it down, is about affordable, robust broadband internet service, internet-enabled devices that meet the needs of the user, access to digital skills training, and quality technical support. When we talk about digital equity, it's really more of a condition. It's a condition in which all individuals, communities have the information technology capacity to fully participate in this new digital society. And when you talk about digital literacy or digital skills, because there's still a lot of conversation about, do we use the word literacy, do we use the word skills? It is the ability to use the same information, the same communication devices and technology to find, evaluate, create, and communicate the information that you need in order to be both from a cognitive and technical perspective. And this is language that has been leveraged from the American Library Association. So digital equity is a condition that challenge, are you able to be fully engaged in this new digital economy and society? Digital inclusion are those pillars about access to affordable internet, the device that you need to do the job that you're trying to do, requisite digital skills training, and technical support to help all of that. What we've also learned as a result of this pandemic, when we gave out oodles of refurbished computers, tons of Chromebooks and so forth, tons of mobile hotspots that we were just handing out like chiclets to individuals that needed these, that those are mechanical devices that break. And when they break, what do you do with them? If you don't have the right technical support to help get those, to repair those devices, they become basically nothing but bricks, unusable bricks. So we need to, when we talk about these things, we have to look at it from a holistic point of view. So as we start talking about a needs assessment, and as we're looking at the needs assessment and doing needs assessment and really asking the right questions, asking the pertinent questions for Ashtabula, Trumbull, and Mahoney counties, what we really want to do is to identify those digital equity and inclusion needs, gaps in resources and services for your respective counties. And that will assist Broadband Ohio at the state level to determine budgeting and allocation priorities. So we're going to be looking, identify those barriers surrounding accessibility. Is there an awareness issue? The services out there, the programs are out there, but no one's using them. Is there an awareness issue? And what other techniques or approaches might we want to use to improve the efficacy rates, the utilization rates of some of those programs that we know work if we can get people connected to them. And then we're going to collect all this data and so forth and develop a regional report that then we want to then hand over to Broadband Ohio, while at the same time, Northwest Ohio, Southwest Ohio, Central Ohio, and Southeast Ohio are doing the exact same thing. And then they'll pull them all together in a quote-like fashion and then present that plan back to the National Telecommunication and Information Administration. And then say, here's what Ohio needs. Here's how we want to move forward from a digital equity standpoint. All along, they are still also working and having other complementary listening sessions, but at other $42.45 billion around broadband deployment, broadband infrastructure upgrades, improvements, enhancements, and so forth. Now, these are just other measurable objectives that we want to look at the end of the day, what might success look for, or how we start identifying data that we want to track and so forth, is the number of households, availability of fixed and wireless broadband technology, the affordability of those different programs, online accessibility and inclusivity of public resource services, digital literacy and skills, awareness of the use of and measure secure online privacy. So while we're trying to get more and more individuals online, engaged and participated in this digital economy, we have to look at privacy and protection and security and safety as well. We don't want to put them in harm's way. So we got to look at unintended consequences of all this work that we're doing. And again, just being mindful of other barriers that are out there. Asset mapping, that's just, again, what are you doing now? What resources are out there now? What programs are out there now? We need to catalog that information and see what you have. So we can then do the gap assessment of what you have versus what you need, and then we can identify that delta. And it's that delta that will help Broadband Ohio then put forth a plan to help support that, to help fill that particular gap. Here's our time frame of how we're trying to perform the needs assessment and asset mapping for Northeast Ohio, kicking off today with our listening session. We've been doing a lot of priming the pump up till now, but then we're going to be doing a lot of listening sessions over the next 4 to 5 weeks. Congruent with that, we're also going to be doing asset mapping, where some of that stuff might be done offline by just gleaning and mining information that we can get from pulling up information on people's website. But a lot of that also is going to be hearing from you. What else out there? What is out there that we don't know about? Tell us so we can collect that information. Another important reason that we're trying to do this, needs assessments and asset mappings in all the respective regions, is that we want to see what does that look like at a 1,000-foot level at the state level. Are we oversaturated in some pockets, but underserved in other pockets of programs and services? Are we seeing some things that are happening in counties that are somewhat complementary and similar in fashion that we can try to look to replicate in other counties? Yeah, they may be on the other side of the state, but they're similar counties. Demographic, geographic, population, household dynamics, and so forth. That is what we hope. That's what we hope to partner and help Broadband Ohio as they stitch together what we found out from Northeast Ohio, but what they heard from the other 4 regions. And then this is just, again, another look at that timeline that we're trying to do. One thing that I will also put out here is that while we're doing these listening sessions, trying to do the needs assessments and the asset mapping, we are planning on coming back and finding a location to be determined sometime in early to mid-June, we want to have a Northeast Ohio summit to come back to you and say, here's what we heard, here's what we learned, here's what we gathered. Does this sound right? Here are some of the priority initiatives that we're hearing that were bubbled up are the most relevant, the most important, the most needed things that we need for Northeast Ohio. We don't want to be the ones that prioritize that. We need your help to help us with prioritizing how should that look as we turn our final report into the state by the end of June. So on the lookout for some time, again, early to mid-June, for some kind of a half day or 3 to 4 hour Northeast Ohio Regional Digital Summit, so that we can report back to you and hear back from you, and then come up with those prioritized list of recommendations that we want to present to Broadband Ohio. So with that kind of sets the stage. Where now I want to turn the conversation over to you all, because we're here to listen. We're here to learn. We want to start off. So I just have a few kind of, questions to prime the pump to get us started, and just hear from you, representing local government officials, representing private sector, representing ISPs, representing nonprofit agencies, or you're representing yourself as a resident. Or if you're in your nonprofit, you serve a particular group of residents, and what are you hearing? We want to now hear from you right now. What are the main barriers to digital equity opportunities here in Ashtabula, Mahoney, and Trumbull counties, for the communities that you serve? So, comments, questions? And for those of you who are online, I wish there was some kind of chat way where you can post a chat and we collect the chats, or we do have a way for that. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So those of you that are online, if you have questions or if you want our comments, put those in the chat, and we will definitely try to factor it in. We're going to be listening, recording, not recording, only for the sake of, so that when we go back into our offices, we can transcribe what we heard, because we want to spend more time listening than saying, hold up, can I write that down? We want to collect as much organic information from you as we can. So please, we'd like to start. And I'm going to sit down now.
Is there a way of showing who's online?
It just says for current viewers, I don't have the ability. Do have a representative from Broadband Ohio who's listening in, Anna Miller.
Yeah.
She sends her regards from the chat. But that's the only feedback that's far.
Okay. So, questions, comments? What are some of the main barriers? We talk about accessibility. We talk about digital equity. And I can start by just talking about, we can just start down that whole three-legged, four-legged stool analogy of what are the challenges around affordable broadband internet services in your respective counties.
I would make a comment. I talked about this earlier about the need, why do people need?
I'm sorry, could you just
I'm sorry.
State who you are and
Yep.
who you're representing?
So Joe Mancini, I'm with the Ohio Connectivity Champions. I'm
Okay.
a coordinator through the Management Council. Just need, why do people need the internet today in the 21st century? And, see, the egg or the chicken, so people that always, get the question, well, why do I need the internet? What do I need it for? I go to the bank, I call my doctor, I can do all these things, without the internet. So how do you drive the need for people to want to have the internet to make their life easier or to make it more efficient, to provide the services that they would need through the internet? And, I think that's a big piece of this. What skills do you need to, um, to work through, anything that's on the internet? So I think a lot of people may not understand what's available and what you can do with the internet. And I think that's one piece of it as far as, okay, I understand. Okay, now I need it. Okay, now how do I work my way through it? How do I get it? How do I, what things can I do? So then that becomes the digital skills piece. I think with, it doesn't solve the availability or the affordability piece, but the ACP is helping with that. The availability piece is BroadbandOhio and BEAD and that middle mile and all the money that's coming for that. But just how the internet can benefit citizens, whether they're elderly, whether they're young students, all across the gamut. And that's a difficult conversation. I think you got to get people to trust it and buy into it. Trust is an issue, and they don't want to put their social security number out there. They don't want to, why do I need to do this? Why do I need the internet? And I think that's a difficult question to answer. Depends on the person's need.
Now, I have a question about that. I mean, so, we all point to, March 2020, April 2020. If there wasn't ever a phenomena that occurred that compelled you to say, you need this, otherwise you're dead in the water. What else could there be? I mean, like say, when we sent our kids home, we shut down the schools. Did many people shrug their shoulders? Or I know you and I were having some offline conversations about where a lot of schools just resorted into, well, still staying paper-based and just having kids drive to school parking lot, masked up, get their assignments for the week and just go back, and they were just basically operating still in that analog mode, if you will. As opposed to, I always question, like, if not for the pandemic, what else could demonstrate the need?
I'm Bill Callahan. I live in Pierpont Township in Eastgate County, also part of Alliance's staff group. And I would say two things about that.
Okay.
One of them is that the census numbers for broadband adoption in most parts of the country moved about 10% between 2019 and 21. Right. So the reality is a whole lot of people did recognize the response, right? And certainly an awful lot of community leaders did, which honestly, I think most of us know nobody had prior to the pandemic. I mean, it's just, as somebody in the field, I just want to say very clearly, there's a level of support moved by a whole lot more than 10 degrees between 2019 and 2020. But people's own response did too. The other thing to point out, and I know people interpret these numbers differently, but I would just say federal government stood up an affordability subsidy in May of 2021, and there are now nationally about 16 million households using it, and 800,000 of them in the state of Ohio, and that's from zero, right? That's twice as many people who are using phone lifeline in Ohio. Right. So I don't know that people are responding. I would say that the notion that I don't think we know, right? Because the field is very, very bad at having systematic feedback from people, right? But I don't think the evidence says that people don't see the need. I would just say two things about most obvious things about Asheville County, where we have a broadband task force, and part of it. And these two obvious things, and they just aren't mysterious. There's parts of the county where you either can't get a decent connection, where it costs you $100 a month, and And that's barrier, what can I say? And the second thing is, and I happen to be in one of those places, right, where it's the $100 a month, right? Or 10 meg service, I should say, right? And the second thing is that even where that service exists, the cost is still high. So the issue of ACP's availability and what it actually does to the bill is a really serious issue that needs investigation, right? The second thing is that the other obvious thing is, well, I said it's affordability bill. And those things are addressed by the national legislation, right? So this is, I think we need to look at the extent of the resources and what's going to happen to them and how we can make them work, right? But it's not, I don't think we should start from the premise that we haven't made any progress on this. We have. Things have changed in 2 years, a lot in different ways. And then that's the main thing to say. I mean, this is all going to be devil in details, right? I mean, you get people signed up for ACP, this will all go away next year, right? I mean, that's a serious issue. People in the community should be aware of, right? They should be talking to their congressman about it, frankly, right? I mean, we're not in a vacuum here, and I also think implementation of stuff like this process is important. I mean, I just drove a mile to get an hour to get here. I'm a very dedicated participant. So I just saw a note from Melissa Holton, who's running the main program in Ashtabula County, signing people up for ACP, who said she'll be on virtually. I think that's actually unfortunate. I think those ought to be in a room with people, right? So we need to think about that process, right? And maybe do continuous on that process, because this is the time at which we get this together, and so we should need to pay a lot of attention to. That's all. But I think that at this point we're talking about execution and details, and that's for a lot of people in the conversation who haven't been in the conversation, it's going to be hard to start at that point. Right. So we need to be sensitive.
I'll make a comment on that. One of the things that we see in this, and Bill is a prime example of that, is those areas where there's 3 or 4 are important. What really helps implement is the champion, somebody in the community to step up and say, bring the people together. We got to do this, whether it's Mr. Ducro, whether it's Bill Callahan, whatever it might be. Because on paper, we got those things, but unless Joe and his group is out there pushing this, it doesn't happen. People by themselves need, it's almost like a champion, a local champion to help bring people together and drive it.
And to piggyback that, we found that with the schools. When we started contacting schools, it didn't, when we started talking, hey, we're available, the connectivity champions are available to assist your families. Unless there was somebody in the district that took that on, it was difficult those layers of bureaucracy in a school district of who is going to be the person that we could contact when they find kids that don't have internet, how we can help them. And so the districts that, hey, this is a good thing. This is, we need to get our families connected, and they had a champion within the district and used our services to help those families. We got tons of calls from those districts. Other districts that didn't provide that or didn't have the resources. And it's those, institutions, the schools, the libraries, the hospitals, that if there was a champion that that said, hey, there's an organization out there that can assist you find affordable internet, whether it's through the, EBB or the ACP, whatever it was, we assisted tons of families through that. So I would agree, just in the school district, if the tech coordinator was overwhelmed and couldn't do it, it was difficult to get the word out to the families. So it's finding that champion within those organizations and that's resources. Some schools just don't have it.
Now I want to unpack that concept champion, because listening to the 3 of you talk about champions, there's one type of champion that's more advocacy, lobbying, engagement, helping get the word out and stuff like that. But then there's another champion, as you said, a technical coordinator, the person that's actually on the phone with you, helping you get through the enrollment process, on the phone with you, actually helping you pick out the right plan for you, on the phone with you, helping you figure out how to log into Zoom. So there's a technical champion, if you will, and then there's like more of a advocate champion, if you will, not just a champion. Because I would argue that, before the pandemic and definitely during the pandemic, libraries were champions, but maybe the librarian did not have the time to literally help walk you through every little thing you need to do. Some libraries, maybe they were resourced very well. Or the champion might have been United Way that can tell you what resources are in your community if they have it in their database, but isn't going to sit on the phone with you and actually do, help you get all your paperwork together, all that kind of stuff, just tell you what you need to do. So I like that concept of champion, but we need the technical champion, the implement. I mean, we're finding about this with the ACP enrollment. Yeah, you got the champions that are out there advocating, promoting it, marketing it, advertising it. But then you have the champions, where you call them navigators, ambassadors, whatever, but you have the actual champion that is actually helping that senior who doesn't have the right tools, walking in their apartment with a digital scanner to scan their paperwork so that they can then literally physically upload it. Because the drop off of I want it versus I'm getting it, I think there's a big gap in that. And if you have that technical champion to help you get to the end, not just help you initiate it, your success rate, the efficacy rates of the utilization rates of these programs will probably skyrocket. Any other comments about, again, as we started off talking about affordable internet, broadband internet, and challenges about availability in some pockets of our community versus affordability in some pockets of our community, and then in some pockets it's the double whammy. It's I need it, and plus it needs to be affordable.
The one thing that I could see that we need more of almost something in between that community-wide champion, navigator, somebody in there that's going to help promote these types of alternatives, take advantage of them. I am always struck, that we don't have more people.
No.
I mean, we put a $30,000.
Yeah, yes, we are.
I'm back there, library. Champion. Sign people up. Three classes. So it's got. So if you tell somebody, wait a minute, this is your economic qualifier, yeah, $30. Period. Of course, it's gonna be somebody out that's trustworthy, that's choice. There should be people lining up on the street to come for that. Limited ability to advertise, promote, spend, we're simply a couple of grants now that SEC's not rich grants, but those aren't going to small lists. They're going to the mega centers that already have. So that's what's down.
Yeah.
And those are the people that need it as much as anyone. Every survey that we ever take say that MS for sensitive. That's the problem. But here's the alternative. We can actually be further if these companies are doing what they told us to do is to keep 100 they don't take it in. So I see that's the need for resource leadership. Something more
kind of circles back to why.
Yeah.
You know, you're saying people aren't signing up for it, but why aren't they? Why isn't every Youngstown resident every Youngstown student would be qualifies because they're a CEP district? Why? So, I mean, I think it comes back to that awareness, and then here's what you can do with the internet, and how do we break that? I don't know. How do you break that? You know, that they're scared of the internet. It's overwhelming for them. If it's, you know, I think once people find out what you can do on it, like, oh my God, I could bank from my phone. Really? I could bank. I could do these things. And so I think it comes to that digital skills piece, you know, early learning, you know, all the way through adulthood of, you know, internet safety, internet, you know, all the things that are possible, not just TikTok and, you know, the things that people are using it for, but the why, like, why do you need the internet? There's some people out there, I think, that just don't see the need. And
Joe, I would almost say, but why not?
why not?
It says, you know, $30, it's free, $30 is free, we shouldn't be lined up outside. Somehow, and yet people are telling us on surveys it's too expensive. So there's a disconnect somewhere.
Yeah.
So we gotta unpack the why not. I think some of it's training, some of it's skills, but there might be something else we've got to figure out.
Well, let me,
You're going to a perfect situation. We would love to get people in and say, you don't have the internet, here's how you can use it, let's sign up. That would be the first of the people that we do get are like that. We're getting people like you that have it already.
Right.
Okay, I'll take that,
Right.
you know, but I really want to reach those people that don't
Have it. Don't see the need.
so let's take this, because I look at the ACP program, the $30 voucher program. It is similar to, for the same very residents that we're trying to support and say you're eligible for the program. These are the same residents that are on rental assistance, utility assistance, and other kind of assistance. I would argue, do you have the same adoption challenges there? And if you do, then why are we thinking that we're special, we should be different? If they're getting 80% of people who are eligible for utility assistance, or 80% of people that are eligible for rental assistance, then we should see the same kind of numbers. I would really look to those kind of programs and the agencies that support them. How are they finding out about, gee, I mean, everybody's gonna say rent's too high, you know, but I can get, 50% off my rent, or, $100 off my rent. Where do I sign up? Everybody's gonna say, my utility bills are too high. They keep going up and up. Where do I go? So again, those same arguments, those same outreach and advocacy for other existing utilitarian type of services, what can we learn from them as we start talking about ACP enrollment?
So a couple of empirical things that,
Yeah.
I don't know how well they're known, because, people just the day spot, right? I mean, one thing I mentioned it earlier, that the number of people in Ohio using ACP is double the number of people using lifeline phone assistance, and many overlap.
Okay.
Right? So, there's a comparable, right? I mean, that's a program which partially pays for an essential service that people use, and under some plans pays for it basically for free. In many other cases, just subsidize it, so it's a mixed bag like ACP is, right? ACP has a bigger sign up momentum than Lifeline does. And also much of Lifeline is converted.
Yeah.
To associate itself. The people who are pros, like Hewlin, those guys, track program, have converted to really recruiting double. So that's one piece of that I think that's a good point that you made. We should look at that. Food stamps, on the other hand, has twice or three times the sign up of ACP, right? And it's not an exact match in either case, because EBB was matched, but ACP is twice as 150% as many people. The other interesting thing is, there are two other interesting things. One is there are many places in the city of Cleveland, I believe the city of Youngstown, where the percentage of eligible people in neighborhoods in, either in zip codes or actually in census blocks or census, blockers, is actually very high. There are neighborhoods in Cleveland where it's 80%, right? 80% sign up for ACP, right? So Charter doesn't have a recruiting program for new users. But I have a charter account in Cleveland, and I've gotten about 15 notices about how I may qualify for ACP, right? They've been recruiting their existing customers like crazy, right? I think Windstream is doing the same thing, frankly, right? They're actually kind of a little bit up there. So, although in charter is 55%, they're 25% nationally, right? These are all numbers that a couple of national organizations have managed to dig up from a source that we can quote in the last week, right? So we need to look at this stuff, right? The dynamic of how this is happening is in my mind much more important than speculation about how people are responding, right? The recruitment is being done by the industry. It's not being done by people like us, right? It's being done of their current customers because those are the people they can reach, right? The FCC just started giving people money to do outreach, right? I mean, first grant, Ashtabula got a grant or Little City, but they still haven't gotten a notice from the FCC they got a grant, right? So it's all very slow at the same time as the life of the program is now about a year, right? I mean, until it's going to run out of money. So and I think we need to just take a hard look at how this stuff is all happening. I agree with you completely that looking at the agencies that are doing it, seeing how that works is important. But it may simply be, Patrick, in a lot of cases, the people you're talking to, you said it. They've already got service and they've already been contacted by their provider. And they've decided this is a provider program and they either want to do that or they don't trust it and they don't want to do it and they don't want to hear about it from you. I mean, I don't know. That could be it, right? So,
But I'm saying that's maybe try it out.
which is interesting because the program's dynamic hasn't changed. They're still signing people up at $500,000 a month every month, right? Nationally, right? The other thing, just the champion issue, it's kind of a separate issue. And I hope you're listening. This isn't very much money, right? It just isn't very much money. The state's going to get $35 million or thereabouts for 5 years, right? That's $7 million a year in a state the size of Ohio. Just for reference, when we did a pretty successful BTOP funded broadband adoption program in 8 communities between 20, this is like part of the Obama stimulus thing. We spent half that amount of money in 2 years. We spent $18 million on that program just to basically train and sign up 23,000 people in 8 communities. So it's not very much money. so I don't think people should be thinking in terms of grand numerical outcomes. I think they should be thinking about the problem that you identified. How do you come out the other end of this with a better network of champions? Right? That's what this can pay for, is to develop the capacity to maintain an infrastructure of support. Some of that may be trying to get a lot of extra money into the process while we're doing it, so you can do more, right? Which means getting those allies that have resources to contribute. But some of it is also going to come out the other end with people like Patrick having survived and thrived and learned some stuff and been able to sustain things in the overtime, or his successor if he feels that way, right? But it seems like that, because this by itself, this is, I think, there's $1 billion for infrastructure and $35 million for people to use the infrastructure effectively. And so I don't think we should exaggerate. I mean, we need to be really strategic about how this money gets used so it has a long-term effect.
So to that point, Bill, that sounds like when we talk about, whether you're talking about any kind of program that we're providing, subsidy program, voucher program, and so forth. It's not if you build it, they will come. If you build it, it's just going to sit there and collect dust. You have to now fund the people, whether you call them champs or whatever, to go out market, recruit, and get them, educate them on the importance, meet them where they're at. If they're standing in line for rental assistance, saying, hey, if you need rental assistance, you probably also need help with your broadband bills and helping them out with the enrollment real time. Partnering with them when they're re-enrolling for public assistance and their Section 8 voucher program. Hell, if you're on this, then you probably need to be on this, or when you're renewing. It's having those folks that are out there boots on the ground, meeting folks where they're at, and getting them plugged in. And you gotta fund those people to do that work. And what you're saying, Bill, is that we're underfunding those people. We may give them a surcharge, adrenaline shot of money, but it's like a one shot. And then once the dollars run out to help out with that absent campaign, it dies up, and then maybe the adoption dries up, the enrollment dies up in those various programs. It has to be continuously fueled, continuously funded in order for the programs that we build and hoping that they come and utilize internet plans that are out there. We hope they utilize access to affordable devices. They would hope that they go out there and grab as many as they need for their house, or even digital skills training where we offer a class and that can sit 16 and you only have one in there. It's that paradox.
So using ourselves as an example, there's more than this. Nobody wants to.
Right.
Says to a little bit here, schools have some help with these teaching classes, devices, all of that. We have not received. No government say no, 7 years of. Well, support, my leadership, no, okay, good job, Pat, here, Pat, here's some resources. ACP came around, and we can get something else with. We have to pay for all that stuff.
Right.
We are just not here.
Mhm.
City gave us $30,000 a month to do a promotion 2 years ago. They didn't give us the money to hire people.
Right.
So it cost me money to turn people in.
Right.
So, I mean, I think maybe this is what we're talking about. Unless we succeed on this, that's people that are willing to do that. I can get more money if I have to get every single penny from the beginning of the balance sheet to the end. It's just hard to do. And so, I mean, if you only have limited amounts of money, you can't just throw it all out there. To everybody. So, and then, it's basically running out of here. So some of this money is relative to digital agencies. We got libraries.
Say it again.
They don't do anything.
Okay. Right.
There's no leadership.
So
And they don't talk to anybody. I don't know how you break
Right.
that.
So now that goes back to the whole, again, tiers of championship that we talked about, approaching, about tiers of champion, someone whose job is to advocate, get out there, build those coalitions, build those partnerships, educate and inform, as well as you have those tiers of folks that once folks have been educated and informed, and they say, I'm ready, that you have somebody there that help them get on board, that help them, help them, get situated and so forth. Now, all that aside, we've been talking a lot of time about the barrier challenge. Go ahead.
This kind of relates, I got one of our listeners on the stream is Dr. Van Emst.
Okay.
And I think most of you know Dr. Van Emst. I want to read his question, because it kind of relates to some of the funding, what have you. So this is, I'm just reading. Some media outlets are monitoring how political subdivisions are spending their ARPA, and if they are spending it at all. Could BroadbandOhio / Foundation study more in depth on which local subdivisions are spending their ARPA on broadband? And so what are those projects? And I think we could also then look to see how successful they are. But let's see what works. So just a comment.
Yeah.
About.
Well, yeah. Well, I know many communities that receive the ARPA dollars. Either they got them and they spent them as quickly as they got them, and some they got them and they've been sitting on. Trying to come up with some kind of a moonshot project or a moonshot initiative that will catalyze their endeavors for the next, decade or so. So it's really where, we probably collect, who spent their ARPA monies and on what. But some, it's just like, because I think most communities that got their ARPA dollars, they still had until 2024 to just tell the government what they're gonna do with their ARPA dollars. They didn't have to spend it. They just have to tell you what I'm gonna
So they
spend.
have to have it under appropriate.
Yeah, exactly, it has to be appropriated. So,
We have some issues though, when it first came out, you guys may remember that there was some things you could not do.
oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah,
And it changed 4 times, finally said, okay, you can use on the road.
yeah.
But maybe if you look at who's doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, because Pat, you've got some ARPA money, so somehow track that.
Not yet. I gotta check.
Yeah.
I gotta check.
Yeah.
For the first track, I've had applications requesting that everybody, they all say they're going to, and I finally got my. I mean, I'm talking 2 cities, 2 counties.
And just the ARPA guidelines for Treasury explicitly include digital inclusion
All right.
as a recommended use.
Yeah.
It was never a question about that. It was a question about infrastructure
Yeah.
uses.
Yeah.
But not about digital inclusion. That was a recommended use, right?
Yeah.
And the city of Cleveland is putting 20 million of ARPA money into something, but has not committed any of it to digital inclusion, except in association with whatever that other thing is they're gonna do. And they
Yeah,
haven't
well,
really said
that's
what they're gonna do
TBD.
yet, right? I will say Cuyahoga County has done better than that, at least gotten leveraged it to get some money, right?
Yeah,
I think Patrick's point is that the city of Youngstown hasn't, the county hasn't. But there
And I
hasn't
think that Mahoney County cases.
for advertising.
Yeah.
But so,
It's not for digital ones.
Yeah.
but okay, but across the country,
Mhm.
there's been a lot of use of ARPA money.
Yeah.
In both those
Yeah.
places. And it is an interesting question, thank you, Dr. Van Ness, because it is an interesting question, the extent to which municipalities could be looking at existing ARPA funds as a way to leverage, supplement, make the ACP investments, or for that matter, the infrastructure investments work better. That's a good point, is a lot of,
That's how we're funded.
well, but the question is like, is there?
Dresser fund.
Is
that's
there some
So-
unsold potential still out there?
Yeah.
Right, that's a good question.
so I want to now just pivot a little bit because we've been talking a lot primarily about internet access, broadband access, a little bit on skills or somewhat on skills. But what about devices? Have there been any initiatives in either Ashtabula, Mahoney, or Trumbull counties that you know of that was targeted to getting more devices in the household?
We, our connectivity champion in Columbus, visited with the Columbus Digital, or the Franklin County Digital Equity Coalition, did a on-site visit to a company called Sage Electronics.
I was there.
Oh, you were there?
Mhm.
I didn't go, but I know our people went, and they refurbish
They refurbish computers essentially. what they
Massive
do is-
quantity,
Yeah,
correct?
massive quantities, but what they get paid to do is secure those devices. So they actually get paid, like Huntington will donate
Mhm.
big, Cardinal, I don't know if they were one, but they make them totally secure. Anything that's on that related to that company is off that computer, and they
Yeah.
have some software, and that's actually what they get paid to do. Then they go back to the company and say, do you want them back? Like for Huntington, they run a employee purchase program. So those computers can be purchased by employees at a discount. But that's not where, they make their money from wiping them, putting a secure software
Yeah.
on there. Then they can sell them and they give a percentage to the company. If the company says, no, just sell them, the company gets like 25% or something. So that's really, but they're more industrial, like their biggest clients were Department of Defense and hospitals as far as selling to.
Yeah.
But they don't really have own computers per se, they're more, they have laptops.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how we can utilize that, certainly in an environment where there's a computer lab.
No, that's Sage.
That stage, yeah.
And that's,
But, and I haven't
that's a
researched
Columbus.
any of their pricing, like, they have several
I didn't-
e-commerce sites.
I didn't attend, but I know we had some, they said it was
huge.
massive refurbishing,
Yeah.
And I don't know, I didn't know if they gave them to the public or if they donated some to United Way or
Yeah.
some of those organizations to.
I think
No,
they-
I know, like, and I'll let you speak, Patrick, in a second. I know, like, in Cuyahoga County, they have a contract with a computer refurb center called RET3. So any resident that donates or turns in for e-recycling their equipment, or the county itself, with this, when it goes through computer refresh, stuff like that, they have a contract with RET3. RET3 will do the same thing. They have the credentials because they're taking, equipment from a government agency, wipe and clean, secure them, give the county the paperwork, from an audit standpoint that these equipment have been wiped clean. Their business model as a computer refurb center is to then maybe work with nonprofits
That's right.
that then want to have a computer lab, and they'll sell those refurb computers at a discounted rate, $100, $150, something like that nature. Laptops or desktops obviously are much cheaper. Those are going directly to nonprofits or churches that want to open up a community lab. They don't have a direct service program to residents or residential households. That's where we brought in PCs for people for
Okay.
that piece to do similar work, refurb, wipe clean. Piece doesn't have a contract with the county. They're just going out and going to individual businesses and residents and working with the libraries. They get their equipment and then they can direct sell those to the residents, not to the nonprofits, but to the residents who need computers. So similar models. So think, Patrick, you were going to say something.
I've tried them all. I invited PCs for people here.
Yeah.
They just ignored us, disrespected us, didn't give us any computers. Didn't sell them. They went to the library, we didn't do anything with them, so they went to other places. Yes. So we went to RDT.
Yep.
And our model is to try to sell these to people for $100. So we were getting from RDT 35 when we had to send somebody up to get them,
Yep.
back, make sure they all work, they do returns, and fix them if they weren't working exactly right. So we were losing money every time we sold one, but we still did it, and we didn't have a grant to do it, we just kind of took it out of our money. And it was okay, but it had to be limited because we couldn't afford to sell everything at a loss. And we also get some from few employers. We don't like do that too much
Yeah.
because of strangers. Now, there is a fellow that owns the company completely, he's my co-founder, and when they go through they'll come in and give me 10, 12, 20 computers, and we add them to our inventory and sell them, and people do drop them off, and we're not into refurbishing businesses, but we want to, however we get it, resell them at a price point that people, will pay for it. Or seem to work on the supply.
Yeah. Now, in Cuyahoga County, there is one other. There's someone like a Sage. There's a private company, it's an IT security company, MCPC. So now MCPC, because they provide computers to businesses. So now businesses might, and then they have a SOC, security operating center. So they got in the business of taking Huntington Banks up in Cleveland's equipment, or maybe some Key Bank, or maybe one of the hospital's banks. They'll take their equipment, recycle it, and then what they're trying to do, they're still trying to figure it out. I know they've done some work in Detroit, but they're still trying to figure out what their model is in Cleveland about what do they do with that equipment once it's been recycled. Are they giving it to school districts? Are they giving it to nonprofits? I don't think they're giving it to residents. They don't have like a direct residents retail kind of model like PCs for People has. But they're in that business of recycling from the private sector. So RET3 is working directly with the county and just picking up from residents and other kind of things of that nature. MCPC through their clients that they have already, IT security, tech support, security services, they are getting their equipment through there. And then PC's people is getting cobbled computers from a variety of different sources that they can clean up and retail to residents. Is there anyone in Ashtabula, is there any organization in Trumbull or Mahoney that is a computer refurb center that has a partnership with Mahoney County or with Trumbull County or with the city of Youngstown?
We have a new refurbishment place in Florence called Reward. But I attempts.
Yeah.
But to try to get them for more. So we discuss where we got, in other words, where it is, because we got you. So yeah, so it hasn't worked out. We're headed to help subsidize it or it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trouble is subsidizing it. Because it costs like so much money.
Yeah.
Sheets. So Pat can't necessarily sell it for 100, he's paying 150.
And that's where, so not just PC people, but there's another one that's like PC called human IT. So those are the two major ones that I know in the US, PC people and human IT. I know
Pittsburgh.
there, I mean,
Yeah.
there's another,
Region Pittsburgh.
okay, that's right, that's right. There's another one in Pittsburgh, but Computer Reach. So what they're doing usually, but what it usually takes is someone has to fund them to come to the city. Like I funded PC's people to come to Cleveland and gave them 2 years grant dollars to buy a building, buy vans, hire people and cover their costs until they got enough retail services and resale services where they were able to start generating their own revenue and kind of stand alone. And Human IT did something very similar in Detroit, type of thing. Once they get going, because where they make their money is off of retailing it, but it break fix, $25 flat fee, you can get your computer fixed. And they make enough of that. I think they can never be 100% self-sufficient. They're always going to need another 10, 20% to continue to expand and grow their market, their space, and reinvest in themselves and so forth. But that's kind of what has happened. I know I've worked with, I was helping out the city of Baltimore, working with a number of foundations when they were considering PC people and saying, hey, here's what it's going to take. Our core partnerships with the libraries, housing authority, other nonprofits, digital skill centers in there, people, so they can use the computer once they have them. And they finally worked out that way. But yeah, that would be definitely something that's, as I'm married, that other than that one organization you just mentioned, you don't actually have an actual computer refurb center in any one of these counties. So now you're going to Cuyahoga to source it. You may be going to Summit County to source it. You may be going someplace else to source that equipment. And then when you're doing that, the pricing isn't a match.
It's Shoemaker's operation.
I know.
Somebody serious like driving late.
Yeah, no, I did,
Come back.
and I'll say, we a lot, when I brought them just to support Cleveland. I didn't bring them to support Ohio. But as they continue to grow, I said, great, if our investments help out other places, go for it.
So 2 other data points. One is, obviously these things shift, but.
Yeah.
But both PC for People and RAT3 have, pretty standard approach of doing truckloads.
Yeah.
Right? So the big issue is, so then what happens at the other end of the truckload, right? If you're taking enough, or they've got, like with the school district or whatever. But I think everybody recognizes the station wagon going to their place is not an ideal situation, right? There was a point at which RAT3 was a partner during that big project we did in 2010, which was Cleveland, Lorain County, Summit County, and then actually, we didn't really have them working in Appalachian Ohio. But in those three counties, they actually delivered 14,000 computers for $40 a piece. Right? And yes, and now that was 10 years ago, right? 15 years ago. But what it made it possible for them to do that was that this was a mass order, essentially, bulk order, right? So they could match it up with their supply, right? And make a plan for it. And sure, that number would be higher now. Also, these were all desktops with CRT monitors. So the technology has changed, many things have changed, but you know, I think that my point is just that different suppliers may be able to do different things depending on the kind of business plan that is presented to them.
Yeah.
Right, like it may be like a PCs or MCPC, I mean,
Yeah.
that's their business, so,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure they're getting some kind of write-offs that you have to.
Yeah.
pay that.
Yeah.
If we can maybe with Sage, because they don't have a model, I'm sure that's why we were there, to see if there's an avenue, because I think they will upgrade RAMs on computers. But then they'll recycle parts of computers, and they make money that way versus. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do we have any data, Bill, on the number of people who took advantage of the ACP discount for devices?
Around
Which-
nobody does it.
Like, that
Basic
is just,
people are the only ones.
yeah, I mean, we
Well,
found
but-
very few,
Right,
even,
but the only reason that you see piece people, because again, it's when you're buying that vendor's device.
right,
So most
Correct.
cable companies, yeah, they might sell a
little
tablet,
tablet, right?
but they're not selling a laptop.
No.
But I don't even know if anybody in Ohio, except for the people, the Lifeline providers, that do tablets. I don't know if I mean, Charter doesn't, and more than half of the towns. AT&T doesn't.
Right.
Windstream did at the beginning of the program, it doesn't anymore, right? I don't know if anybody.
According to the cards that we had, providers,
Yeah,
Well,
yes,
they're not in the device business, other than the modem,
Or
you know,
phone,
or
like you do.
Wi-Fi, you know, things, or now they're into, home security.
yeah,
They're not into the laptop, tablet, computer business, so they have nothing to sell.
well, except that, they can make a little money on it, but with a refurbishment. But the answer to your question, I think, is I think it's reasonable rule of thumb to say, however many devices the data from USAC says were being provided to people in your state, that's the number of people who were dealing with a Lifeline provider who was providing a tablet, right? Because those seem to be free.
Well, going back to what you said, and getting them a device is creating a need. Talk about food stamps, you talk about electric subsidy, you need electric, you need food,
Yeah, yeah.
you need rent.
Yeah.
They don't think they need internet, so either get them a device or we get organizations. Now, I understand social security now, you go online to do things.
Yeah.
But we gotta collaboratively create that. For them.
It's like
kind of-
getting a cow.
Those kind of
Right?
conversations.
I need a cow because I need milk, and the other thing, you're gonna have to take care of a cow.
Right.
Right? It isn't quite the same thing as going getting milk at the store. You're somewhere in between.
Yeah,
right?
So when people say that they can't afford to get them, they're really saying, they don't appreciate value. If you can get it for $10 for free. The cost is.
Yeah.
If you don't get it, you don't use it, you don't want to use it, the phone's good enough. That's why our theory is to teach people classes. How to download the.
It's the cart before the horse.
How do you use
Chicken or the egg.
how to do a 3D printer, digital recordings, all of those things. Well, computers,
What's the-
how many to be connected?
Now,
The conversation I had with, I'm sorry.
I'm glad you brought that up, because when you talk about now turning the table to skills, and remember when I talked about when I met the three library chiefs, East Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, and also Cleveland, and they said, you gotta meet people where you are. They may not want to sit in a 3-day class. That's when we partner with the Public Library Association, PLA, because what they had was little short 7-minute YouTube-like clips of how to do something, like how to buy a plane ticket online, how to do this online, and they did it in English and also Spanish. And so it's like modules that we can just get and tap onto our public library's website, modules that we can tap on and say, because again, if all you need, like when you're talking about, Patrick, about downloading, Bible chapters, verses and stuff like that from the church, I mean, that's, you don't need to go to a 3-week class for that. You just need, 20 minutes.
Right.
How to do that.
90% of our
Yeah.
classes are one-offs.
Yeah,
You come in, sit down, oh, okay, well, then maybe you'll tell somebody, or maybe you'll come back to the next thing. And it's going to come from Excel class, they know.
Mhm.
But if they come and they learn, it's probably gonna bite them, and it's okay, and they learn something, it's not fun. Maybe they'll say, oh, it's good option. So that's our area.
Yeah.
is to you teach basic one-off classes or to have things there that we offer that are free.
Right.
And then use it, then you start to see the world of the internet. The world of computer. We have a 12 setup it. We use our 3D printers, digital recording studio and stuff like that.
so, I'm sorry, go ahead, you were gonna say
I
something.
had that conversation, I was a former principal and superintendent when technology was taken off and we just didn't hand out 1,500 Chromebooks to kids.
Right.
We needed to teach the teachers and teach the skills and how to use it. And also, we weren't expecting teachers to hand out a Chromebook where the kid was taking it home and not using it. So why have a Chromebook? So we had to change instructional strategies that learning now is 24/7 outside the four walls of the classroom. So then the kid would use it. There's a need. Well, now there's a need. I need internet for this. So, and I ask that question constantly to school districts that hand out Chromebooks. Unless you change instructional strategy, it's the same. It's a microcosm of what's happening in the world. If I don't, you got to teach the parents, and we had classes for parents. We had, before we even did all this, we started out small with a couple of teachers and moved it out to the full district. So then people realized the need. Okay, I need the internet. Okay, here's a hotspot for your,
Right. And so we use that.
Yeah, so let's.
And so in that same vein, where like in education, you have formal education in the classroom and you have informal education, or what we used to call lifelong learning. You have formal digital skills training where you're sitting in and you're sitting in a 3-week class to get sit 3 weeks to get a free laptop, those kind of programs, or sitting into a 3-day Excel class on a non-Excel basis. And you have informal digital skills training, again, how to download some Bible verses, or buy, the New Testament, how to buy a ticket online, how to do this real quick. In Ashtabula and in Trumbull and Mahoney, who's doing formal digital skills training and who's doing informal digital skills training? I know, Pat, you said you're doing, more like.
Is the library here in North Star? Is Youngstown's library North Star?
I can't quote, they used to be. They still have that.
I mean, North Star's,
Yep.
and that's
So,
available for any library.
so Ashtabula, I can dismiss Ashtabula pretty quickly, right? So, the senior center there has done classes. They were actually doing Oasis classes, which is a national organization. And may still be doing it post-pandemic, although obviously it was interrupted. And we're having a very hard time maintaining funding for it, but they were doing it. Right? The library just started occasional classes as opposed to like lots of, they have a tech staff, a tech librarian guy helps people individually. I think they do a good job of that, actually do the kind of bringing the device thing, once a week and so on. But they haven't had training until very recently. It's not very frequent. And I believe that's Goodwill had a program at Harbor, but I don't think that was interrupted by the pandemic. But a Google Quest. So it's, some of the other, I mean, the library, there's like 6 libraries, right? Well, so some of them maybe, Andover made, for example, has some classes. It's, nobody is putting themselves out to the public, saying, I'm here for training. If it isn't in a formal school, right? So, so that's the situation.
I think that's the one has a unique challenge because of geography. Looking for this immense county. Don't want to southern part. Be small.
Well, that's true, but if you're going from the middle of it, I mean, it's 20,000 people in the city, and there's, 7,000 people in Pontiac, and there's a bunch of people in between, so there's an area there where it's pretty urban. That urban area doesn't, that's urban,
So.
and also quite warm.
Right. So again, going back to, again, formal digital skills training, informal digital skills training, and then should we be looking at on-demand type of training? Because again,
I'm gonna say, can I play old man on this?
Yeah, play old man.
Like, this is 25 years of experience doing all those things. Right?
Yeah.
So, or trying to promote all those things. There is no right answer to this.
Yep.
Right? This is, if you had unlimited resources, you would simply say, pick your poison, go do what you are most dedicated to doing. Because the reality is there are people who need certificate courses. There are people who need to be trained to use Excel because that job is available to them. There are people who need family support training because of school issues. There are people who need to be able to download Bible verses, right? And there are people who could be recruited through their churches to learn that, right? All those things are going to add up to the, to more digital skills, understanding, and kind of density of the community, right? The problem is that you have people with different models competing for resources, right? And also people will start something, right? There was a time when I believed, well, free training was the thing that you should start with. And then we had evidence for a while that free devices was the thing. And I would say claim now that probably the cost of connectivity might be the thing, except Patrick's having a hard time getting traction with that, right? So mainly what I think is that any given moment, there are some people in the community who are ready to do this, and you're trying to be there to connect with them. This is, to me, this is the thing about being where people are, right? Well, one of the things about where people are is, well, are they interested? Is this the moment? Are they about to go to college, right? Like, what's happening? And how do you be there? How do you be there when it happens? And that's where longevity and kind of institutional visibility and trust than it is the ability to do big numbers. But, all these funding programs, including these ones, are going to be looking for numbers.
So let me ask this, Bill. So you're familiar with expert center.
Yeah.
Those on the board, and he invited us up, people out there eager to go.
I'm not sure the board.
Okay. So, we were trying to replicate what expert center was doing. Are there some other things that we should be thinking about, like expert center? I like to be this question earlier, should we be identifying locations around the state, find out what they're doing well? I can tell you, if our guys go real well, I can tell you where the weaknesses are. And maybe we need to just identify that and start sharing what works. Because I mean, I tell you this, to go up there and ask for a center, I'm gonna tell you this, and it makes sense, but you never think about it. They had a basic class, and that day they were talking to people about what a mouse is. And they were doing a keyboard training session. When's the last time, Joe, you sat in a class where they taught you keyboard? It's been years, but you know what? For the people we're trying to reach, they need that. And it sounds like, oh, we should have thought about that, but it's like, I think we think about that earlier. So those kind of things, sometimes you can share ideas. I think keyboarding, it's a perfect class. Have you taken a keyboarding class or something? You want anybody on?
Yeah, and I know people in business who.
Yeah.
I think that's to bring that up. I just saw online on Twitter, East Cleveland Public Library, they're like, I think sometime this week, they're gonna offer a keyboarding class.
Yeah, there you go. See, and that's something we gotta step back and say, what do our people really need?
So, I hear you, Bill, and trust me, when I started researching the whole digital skills and classes, the formal side of it, my biggest takeaway from that is that we got a ton of organizations that are offering training, but there's not enough butts in the seats.
Exactly.
We have our libraries that are offering, whether it's an Excel class, a Word class, how to use internet surfing, all these type of classes throughout the period of time at various branches. And if I was to walk in, and I literally worked out of the libraries for like a solid month, where I just picked a branch and I just planted my butt there and just saw how the technology was being used. Keyword, fax machine is the biggest technology that's used in the libraries. Fax machine. But in that, if I look in any class that was sitting, you're lucky if you wouldn't get past single digits on any given day, anywhere. So, okay, so we're making this argument for digital skills training. We need it. Folks need it. But then we're hearing they need it when they need it. And they need it how they need it. So then what kind of model do you put in place where it's there when people need it, how they need it?
And I'd say the first answer to that question is you have to have a champion in the community that's gonna stay with the problem for long enough to work those different cycles, right? Or a set of champions, right? Leadership, right? But you can't just assume that, I guess once upon a time I used to think of the legal problem as, hey, there's 40,000 families. That's basically a graduating class for Tri-State. We can solve this.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't work that way. So there's a longevity issue. Right? Trust comes from having been there for a long time, right? Knowledge of the subject, but also you'll get cycles. You'll get generations of people. You'll have people who come because they knew somebody who came, right? And so I don't think there's a model. That's what I'm really saying. I think there are roles, right? There's a commitment. It's like housing. Is there a model for doing low income? There's a million models for doing low income housing, right? For managing it, for financing it, for locating it, for marketing it. But you have a whole commitment of people who do low income housing. And they have different specialties or they have different community situations. They all talk to each other, right? You know what's in that model? A lot of resources. Right. And it doesn't cost as much to do a computer training as it does to build a house. So it's going to be the same kind of resource. But I do think that on some level, you said earlier that we should learn from on ACP for people who do similar things. Right. That's right. I think that's an important insight. I think the same thing may be true with community programs, right? When you think about what it is that makes a viable community program, it's useful to look at people in Seattle who do what you do, but it's also useful to look at the people in your city who run successful, long-standing community programs in other areas. To some extent, if you have the same people doing this, then you learn from that. But they then don't tend to be the champions that you want, right? So I don't.
Well, there's a whole different way of reaching people today. I used to look at my local paper, right? And I would find out all kinds of things. There's no local paper anymore. There's, I was gonna ask you, what is your greatest success with your connectivity champions?
So we were fully remote when we first started, just taking calls or calling, and ACP and EBB weren't out there yet. So it was using the BroadbandOhio grant that schools got and working with schools. And as schools started to come back in session and libraries started to open up, we realized we had to do the same thing. So we switched our mode from fully remote assistance to now we work directly with libraries. We made a connection with Oakland and Ohio Library Association, and our people are at libraries on a weekly, regular basis, offering office hours to enroll people in ACP, device work.
Yep.
So we switched our mode from fully remote to being hands-on where the people are, and we champion and we advocate. And we worked with Oakland on this, and it was libraries that didn't have the resources. They didn't have people to sit down with somebody and how to log into their iPhone, or they bring their laptop in and they just don't have the resource. So we work with those libraries that, hey, here's a free service for you. We're already paid through the, our grant. Within a 30-mile radius, we have champions going out from where they lived at various libraries all over the state, but that's only 14 of them. It's not 150, that could be funded to be able to do that, to be that champion, that advocate, ACP enrollment, device issues. We're doing North Star. We got trained on North Star, so we help librarians. They don't have to get involved. We'll do the North Star enrollment and start the person on it instead of taking this one librarian that's there all day from this little library, somewhere that can help. So that's probably been our biggest. Getting the word out has been a challenge. We're going to events. We go to places where the same demographic that needs housing, that needs utility, that they have fairs or festivals or we set up a booth, talk ACP enrollment. Here's our card, call us. Here's our flyer. You could do it yourself, but if you need help, we're here. Schools have kind of dropped off because, and I'm going to go back to that. Yeah, the pandemic hit and people realized it, but guess what? The pandemic ended and schools realized we're out of the in-home internet business. They got out of it. They were handing out hotspots. They were paying for ECF funding's running out. They're dealing with mental health issues, attendance issues, testing, learning loss, home internet, not even on their scale. It doesn't even register. So we've kind of dropped out of schools a little bit. When we understand it, like I'm a former superintendent, I'm dealing with test scores. Kid got internet problems, go to the ACP. So that's where we've turned to schools and said, just get our information out to your families. Send them this CEP letter, send them this cover letter, have them call us. They don't even got to call your school. They'll call us, we'll walk them through the application. So it's been trial and error. We're all over the board, but now we're doing this hybrid remote and in-person work. So, we're funded through June 2024, and we're done. So, and we had 18 originally, 4 have left, got other jobs. So there's 14 connectivity champions and myself, who I try to make the connections and coordinate the whole, and now we're working in the RDIAs, we're working in the regions. We're trying to assist, the Digital Inclusion Alliances to get some of this stuff going. So it's been trial and error. A lot of distrust early on. They didn't know who we were. They were like, who are you? Like, what? Why are you calling me? Or, we thought we were selling stuff. We're a free, no cost service to any Ohioan, to help them find affordable internet.
I gotta tell you, the first month of EBB, in Ashtabula, we had worked out with the landlord company, the Ashtabula Tower, which is a big subset. This was like the broadband task force, so it's Commissioner Dufro, and very, very straight up, right, sponsored thing. We're going to go in, we're going to do a sign up. A community action agency, actually, this was one of their first projects to do a sign up at the end of this year. Get to the building. We go up in the elevator. There are hand-lettered signs on the elevator warning people about the fact that we are a scam.
Oh, jeez.
That's why
it was quite barrier.
If the school district is trusted organization within the community, that's why we tried to have them be the liaison to push it out. Well, if it's coming from the school, then it must be real. It must be good. It must be trustworthy. Library, same thing. If it's coming from it's a trusted social institution within a community, it must be good. Hospital's not going to steer me wrong. The children's hospital is not going to steer me wrong. Oh, internet, telehealth. So we just got on Unite Us. We just got on there, as a trusted organization that can assist with, internet. So it's taken a long time. It's taken a while. And, people are skeptical and they see the word free. It's a skeptical issue. And so it's a lot of discussion about here's what we do. Here's what the internet, here's what ACP is. Okay, let me get back to you, you know, and then it's another call. Then it's uploading documents and that obstacle.
I want to stay on just so.
Yeah, I know. I got
No,
I got on a
no, no,
soapbox.
this is all great news, but I just want to try to put a pin or a bow in the idea about digital skills programs and whether there is a need in these three attributes of Mahone and Trumbull County, or it's hard to answer that there's a need because of how it's being delivered, who's offering it. I'm just still trying to get some kind of resolution around, are there enough programs being offered in your respective counties, or are they the wrong programs? Or at Bill, there is no answer.
Well, the normally is city vision, which has, you know, a significant poverty. And normal indicators from, you know, census would be, yeah, there's a significant number of households with no money. There's a significant number of households without devices, right? In 2021, right? And so that would be an indication that there was an indication of need, but that there is no program in the community attempting to meet that need. So that would be, yeah, so they should try that, right? That now, but you know, it's not a very big geographic place. And many of the people who are in that situation walk to the library. And so you would ask, well, what's the library doing? You know, what are they hearing, right? And I don't know the answer to that question, right? Also, there's this, you know, significant folks right in that community or in housing authority housing. The housing authority has had big leadership transition issues for the last 6 years, and so nobody's quite sure what's possible there, right? So I mean, I think it's a mixed bag, but it's discussion. Try to figure it out. In particular, I'm a little skeptical of the degree which we are representing that discussion.
I mean, don't,
And I'm just gonna say that it's pretty organized. It's not silly. But said that, just seeing the people come in. Market, buy, navigate. Obviously, problem is, they know what they do. So that's. I don't want to trust that. It's for. They don't respond. So is it a need in a need actually? Why? Do they have seen the in the parts and heads, and they want to take advantage of what is available? So yeah, it's very neat, but stay off recognize it. That's the problem we have, because a lot of people out there just don't know what they don't think about it. Oh, I don't. Some jobs, government. Bring on, you know, all these discounts at McDonald's, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
To use figures phone better. So the real need is safety in part of the residents.
you know what, I mean, you think about a county.
Yeah.
And all the people and what their needs are within that county.
Yeah.
If they want to go, if they need WIC, they have to go to the WIC office. If they need social security, they have to go to the social security office. If they need housing,
That's what they do.
well, yeah, but you know, they have to go here to this place. They have to go to get this service. They need to go here. It's not like there's a county service location or need, you know, based answer that they can go in and all their services are right there in that one place.
Yeah.
And people are physically, I mean, they still may want to go physically there, or is it a one-touch stop for Mahoning County online? Mahoning County services where you sign up for ACP, you get the help you need, you get the online chat. Let me walk, you know, if you have a problem with Best Buy, there's somebody right there, right now on a chat, walking you through how to take your money.
Yeah.
You know, and so we haven't gotten to that point, I don't think, where we're still, you know, it's spread out and there's no one-stop shop that like Unite Us kind of is interesting to us because it's a one-stop shop for referrals for services, you know, in the Cleveland area. And, you know, so I think we've got things spread out and, you know, but that's why we go to these events and these fairs, because it's the same people that are looking for utility help or this, or, you know, and then we're here. Okay. Hey, by the way, you know, now we're getting asked to help with that new, you know, the after school child enrichment program, $1,000 for family that qualify to get after school assistance with their kids. Why wouldn't you sign up for it? They can't get people to sign up for it. Tutoring, music lessons, day camps, free glasses.
400 people have
So
5,000.
So,
Sight for all, right?
yeah, so, you mentioned something, Patrick, I mean, that's even about the use, I mean, I know, my wife, I'm joking about her, she trying to order food online, you know, Olive Garden, place an order, got frustrated with the website, so just hung up, because she could do it online, but she opted not to, she'd rather just call and have, you know, work and, you know, talk to a physical person, take my order and make sure I got it done, because it was too cumbersome to figure out if the order was done correctly online. And I will submit that, you know, a lot of people that are trying to do things online, they get frustrated. So then they just give up and say, I'll just go to the WIC office. I'll just go here. I'll just go there, because it's not as straightforward for them to do it, especially if they've never done it
A lot of
online.
people walk them through.
Exactly. They need somebody to walk them through it, or they need
Walk through the
they
application.
need a physical person to talk to. I'm not so sure how comfortable they might be. Some are comfortable with the cyber chatter, and some get freaked out by it.
Right.
I mean, I completely agree with all that approach. I mean, it's among the, yes, people do this and sometimes it works. So. I think there's a reason why so many people prefer to use kind of the phone mode for this. Which is that it's a known set of skills on some level, right? Or it's just an expansion of something, at least you're comfortable with the device itself. Or if you're not comfortable with the device itself, you're surrounded by people you are, so you feel like you sort of have to rise to the occasion or something. Anybody who is a new user and gets a Windows computer is going to have serious trouble. If they have that computer, it's gonna happen, right? And the ability to work your way through managing just the software, the basic software of a Windows computer is such that if you haven't taken a class of doing it and have support, you are going to end up with a brick in your closet. Now, this has been going on for many, many years, right? It's not right.
That's why I have a Mac. That's why I have a Mac.
But there's other solutions. I'm saying most of the people who are getting refurbished computers are getting Windows computers.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm sure if you talk to PCs for people, they will tell you that people who call their help, people who get their support are largely dealing with generic virus or, you know, my computer's stuck kind of issues. And so there's a really serious reason if you're going to put a computer in somebody's hands to say, take some training if you don't know how to use it, because it's just part of having it, right? So that's different from I just want to learn to download the Bible verse, right? And it's much more abstract, right? Here's this thing, it's wonderful, you should be so happy to get it. Incidentally, you're going to have loads of trouble with it. Let me tell you how to fix the trouble. Now, it can be that you can have somebody who just says, well, take it home, try it, and then when it freezes up, call us and we'll show you. Because it's easier to show you what to do about it once you've experienced it, right? But that means you got to be there, right? Then you have to have a support operation that's inviting people to come in when they're frustrated, which is to say 40 hours a week, right? So, and I'm talking from experience here, right? Been through this with a few programs. So I don't know anybody who says, you know, the goal of a training, you know, a data-driven, you know, outcomes-based training program should be that people are able to use their Windows computers themselves. But to me, it's like one of the basics of doing basic training.
Well, it's Chromebooks.
Huh?
When Chromebooks came out, it was the same thing.
Well, I don't.
Parents, we dealt with a
so I
lot
don't
of-
know what the problem
Yeah, we
is.
dealt with a lot, you know, we dealt with a lot of parents getting a hold of us like this Chromebook. I don't understand.
Yeah, of course you
Yeah,
do, because it's
yeah.
the first time it's in the house.
And that's the least attended classes. Learning Windows.
So here's the question. So I know that PCs for people's ongoing customer relationships, or a lot of them are built around this, right? Just being there to help people. For people who get a computer otherwise, right? If you knew who those people were and they knew who you were, that would bring people into training, right? Because it wouldn't bring people for training, it would bring people, help me, right? But if they said, well, we'll help you, you have to come to this class and we'll show you how to do it, some of them might bite. Maybe the relationships, I guess is what I'm getting at. The strategic relationships have to do with not having so many silos. So that you're trying to figure out a way to maximize the use of the different capabilities that the community has. And what you're looking around for is, well, you know, I know that some people, how do I use my communication to tell people? Patrick can help you deal with your computer when you have a problem. So when you call me and complain, I say, go see Patrick, right? That's not exactly a one-stop shop of the kind you were talking about, but in a sense, it is a one-stop shop. It's a you know, different people can do different things, and how do we do that? In well-organized communities, people tend to do that. I mean, we have a website for this devoted to doing that in Cleveland, right? But I don't know that people really had that kind of consciousness that, look, we're all in this together, so I'm going to send people to you if they have a problem, right? And but I don't know whether you're thinking about planning. I know we're supposed to be talking about planning. I use this month, right? So to me, that's a kind of vital element of having something that actually works for people in the community, is that people who do things know each other, respect each other, and help and sort of use each other's skills.
So if I was saying there was one way, that is exactly. People talking to each other. We're all in silence. I think that's true everywhere, but it's really true now. My cat doesn't talk to them. The library doesn't. I mean, we're doing some of the same things. We're duplicating. It's just very inefficient. And there's no, you know, I said there's no referrals. You know, something if you do better, something if you have. Sometimes students have a better time. Okay, here's the Windows class. Okay, you need it right now. Well, we don't have it at the library. So we try to do that. We try to use their literature. But they don't reach out and ever help other people. My cat doesn't. So that's where I think that for somebody that can be control, talk about a champion.
Yeah.
I'm not big enough. I'm not important. I don't have money. Grab them by the scruff of the neck and say, like, sit down, let's talk, and do this together. And that's where some leadership with you, the Youngstown Foundation, somebody has to appreciate the problem and do something. And that would go a long way.
Maybe it's,
Now, I'm glad you brought that up. So you know this, Bill. I started working with the foundation back in 2015. And obviously Bill was doing his thing. And they all knew each other. You know, Wanda was doing her thing. The county libraries were doing their thing. Public libraries were doing their thing. They knew each other, and sometimes they collaborated, sometimes they didn't. But clearly, you know, working at a foundation, when I stepped in and started building, before we had an official coalition, we had an informal, you know, small tent. of, and with, I guess, through philanthropic funding, incentivizing them to work together. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, we have a bigger coalition now, but before we had that big coalition, it was still like 7 orgs. The 2 or 3 public libraries, the housing authority, Wanda Davis. I don't even think schools were involved at that time.
No.
It was just maybe 1 or 2 community development centers that were authentically doing this work, not everybody who says, I got a computer lab in the basement. And it was us working together, us meeting monthly, ensuring. And then when I brought the PC people into Cleveland, I said, you need to work with this small tent. It's not going to work any other way. And they accepted them and we kept collaborating. So you need a computer, go to PC. You need this, go to this library. You need, you're in a suburb, go to town and to library. We instilled that before we actually had the official coalition that started in May of 2020. We have been operating for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years before that. That's just a small tent of people, an informal coalition, I would call it. So I definitely see what you're saying. And I'm sure it had a lot to do with the foundation was stepping up. And now we were seeding dollars for mobile hotspot lending, for digital skills training, for other things to go through and so forth. That was keeping people at least willing to talk to one another. But yeah, you're absolutely right about leadership. So to that point, because now what you see, fast forwarding to 2023, you have a lot of communities that have some kind of a digital inclusion coalition or a broadband coalition. Is that something that, and to have it, it's great to have that coalition, but it's equally important to have some kind of a leader or driver that is ensuring that you all must play well together.
Does every,
Whether that's the city.
Yeah, we
What-
got
yeah.
our first,
First,
we did a broadband survey with Connected Nation, 2007. This is early on. Kind of survey. Eastgate was there actually almost in the 5th move. Hard for that city. He was the only service provider that showed up. Collaborative, and 2 people that gave us lip service. The library, schools didn't come like that. I just sort of did. Nobody was. And we met for 6-8 months. Tried to do things collaboratively. Because there was no money, no incentive, no retribution either. And I don't care. But one of the 2. When so everybody just kind of died off, they got to the point that one woman with the whole Eastgate, I would come to them with. We just kind of moved on. She got another job. They don't have anything close to that, having that digital.
does every county need a digital inclusion office? You have all these other county offices that's funded through the Mahoney County Commissioners.
Yeah.
Digital Inclusion Office that coordinates digital inclusion in the county, because Mahoney County is different than Ashtabula.
Yep.
And you're gonna find Holmes County is gonna be way different than any other county you're gonna deal with. And so, right?
And a lot.
I mean, our folks went to the Xenia meeting and ag people showed up and said, you're leaving us out. We can't do,
Yeah.
21st century agriculture because we don't have internet. So here you may not see that as much. Maybe in Columbiana County you might, but so maybe this funding goes toward a digital inclusion office in either 2 or 3 counties or 1 county as a digital inclusion office that coordinates digital inclusion throughout the county.
So one of the things I'd say to that is if you're prepared to say your county, you've got activity money, right? But we need to see you to step up to provide a staff person coordinated, a designated staff person on your county budget, right? Because otherwise that's where the money goes. Right? We spend all the money on
Roads.
leadership, administrative structure, other people. services. But on the other hand, there's no incentive right now that says the counties or anybody, this is a serious matter and you should assign staff to work on it. Infrastructure, most counties, I think, have somebody designated if this is an issue for them at all, right? They may do it through Eastgate, right? There may be an arrangement through Eastgate, and Eastgate talks to the planning department, for example, which is the way it happens in Ashtabula. But Eastgate is taken very seriously as a staff capacity by Ashtabula County, right? Probably more seriously than it used to be in employees, right? So, but yeah, I mean, if the state's basic instruction is if you want any of this money to spend in your community, you have to make an effort, right?
You have to have a champion, you
Yeah.
gotta have an office.
But also with that office, whether it's county, city,
Yeah.
whatever level, it needs to have some kind of a funding power stream. So
Yeah.
before I stepped in, the city of Cleveland had a fund. It was through franchise agreement dollars that they got years ago. But it was at that time, before it was Charter Spectrum, it was called the Time Warner
Mhm.
Neighborhood
For that, it
Technology
was
Trust Fund.
Philadelphia.
Well, yeah, it was Adelphia, and then Time Warner, now it's Charter
It
Spectrum.
was a cable money.
Now
it's franchise money.
Exactly, but it was with the city council too. But that's where small grassroots organizations, maybe at Oak Hill or someone like that, would through competitive granting, but almost guaranteed to get it. Per neighborhood would get a $20,000, $25,000 grant each year to help them out in some kind of digital skills, computer lab, educating that respective neighborhood, that respective ward, and so forth. That went on for about 20 years. Because that program started that
First
started
grants
in
in
2001, 2002. And through our the foundation managing that money, it started with like $4 million. We were able to stretch it to $6 million with, continuous capital gains and just in reinvestments and stuff like that, that we stretched it out to where we wound up giving over $6 million over 21 years of funding before it was sunset. We are now standing up a successor fund called the Greater Cleveland Digital Equity Fund. The county put some of their CARES Act money initially in it. They just gave us another $500,000, and I don't think it was ARPA money, but it might have been somewhere in there. I think they use other dollars so they can use their ARPA monies for other things.
It's sort of swap money.
Yeah, it's not exactly ARPA SWAT money. No, $250,000 they put in. The foundation, we just approved another $500,000 to put into that fund to get it seeded up enough where we can carry on the lineage of the Time Warner, Adelphia, Charter, Neighborhood Technology Trust Fund, where we will start, probably very soon, doing small challenge grants to nonprofits, grassroots communities, while at the same time earmarking dollars for more bigger strategic things like standing up a digital navigator program, standing up a coalition, standing up mobile hotspot lending in your public libraries. So it's going to be kind of a twofer type of thing. So I know that will keep people engaged. That will keep people coming to the coalitions. That will keep people wanting to collaborate and partner, because there's there's a carrot at the end of the stick.
Well, this $20,000 grants kept the movement alive.
Yeah, it kept things going.
There's no question. That's why Cleveland was prepared. with
Wanda,
so
that's
many
where
organizations.
Wanda got the lion's share of her money for the first, after the BTOP money expired. That's where she was getting a decent percentage of her dollars for about a good 10 years. Before then, I started investing in her directly.
Actually, I first met Wanda Davis because when she got one of the first grants from that fund.
Yes.
In 2003, the person running it said, there's this computer center over on the west side, you should go talk to, right? Which is the perfect example of what we're talking about, right?
Right.
The expectation was, we can fund you, you should go talk to other people who are doing this, right? Which is the whole National Visual Alliance for being, right? It's, people should talk to each other, right? So that happened, but then basically that was the thing that kept the Ashbury Center alive.
Yep.
In between episodes of funding. There was a point when they had some city money under the Campbell
Yep.
administration, and that went away, right?
Yep.
Then along came, the project we ran, and that went away, right? And what remained in place during that whole time was Wanda Davis and Wanda Davis's board.
Yeah.
Right, and they were prepared to wrap it out. But that, yeah, the fact that the other thing I'd say about that plan is I was thinking about this morning in terms of the strategy.
Yeah.
So in 2005, 2006, Steve Minter, who was the former CEO of the foundation, right after he resigned, ran a process of trying to be more strategic about the use of that fund.
Yeah.
At that point, there was still $3 million in it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And this was, what can we do more? And they actually did a very, it was this advisory board, including city council people and team that did it. And they sat down with everybody in the town and doing it and had a long discussion. And some of us basically said, now is the time to figure out a way to leverage this for more money from other sources. You're sitting here with $3 million. How can you turn that into $70 million? Right? Yeah. Where are the potential partners? And even then, we were talking about banks and hospitals.
Yeah.
Right. Had that happened, right? I mean, it was long before COVID. It was long before there was a broad community understanding of the problem. But nonetheless, it would have been interesting to see if that could have worked. It certainly could work with this $35 million.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I would say strongly to BroadbandOhio, this is again, this is not very much money, but it is an opportunity to leverage more money and leverage more longevity of funding.
Seed money.
And
Yeah.
well,
$1
it's seed money. It's just, we're going to invest. We're going to invest in your community. We're going to invest in your self-interest hospitals. We're going to invest in your self-interest banks. We're going to invest in, you need to recognize this. If you want us to fund things that are going to serve your purposes, you need to put some money on the table. You need to institutionalize that.
Right.
And that is exactly what goes on with the infrastructure money. Right? There's an understanding if you're going to get infrastructure money, you're going to bring money to the table. Right? So I would strongly urge, because if there was some expectation this was going to be an ongoing stream of funding, I'd be a little less concerned about it. But man, that's a hard stop. And we've been through hard stops before. They really hard. You're on the street, right? So I would urge the strategy to be a strategy for how to turn this 35 million into 100 million.
Yeah.
And the 5 years into 50 years, because that's what it's going to take if you talk.
I just realized that we've been chatting for a little over 2 hours now, straight. And we've had no breaks. I think it's 1:15 or about 1:15. Now might be a good time to put a pause. Let the folks know on live stream that we're going to take a short break. We may be back in about a half an hour to re-engage. Maybe others will come after that. We can continue and pick up the conversation. Definitely worthwhile conversation that we can tease out. And still try to, answer the required questions that we need to answer to BroadbandOhio, but also, get more underneath the challenges, the barriers, the roadblocks, and what BroadbandOhio should be paid equal attention to. So again, 30-minute break, folks. We'll go grab a bite to eat or whatever, bio break, whatever case may be. We will reconvene at 1:45. Thank you.
Oh, you're, yeah.
we do have one question.
Yeah, please, I'd love to hear.
This comes from, and I could screw up the gentleman's last name, but Christopher Borquin. He said, in the ISP world, is open access and a software-defined network being considered at this time?
One second. I actually took myself off mute, so now they're getting the background. Give me one second.
All right, now I'm good. There's a reason why you had it on mute.
Yeah.
All right, so what was the question again?
Yeah, so, within the ISP world, is open access and a software-defined network being considered at this time? And I'm not sure if anyone has.
Well, all I can say to that is, I mean, for ISPs, I don't hear too much with ISPs talking about establishing open access networks. You typically hear municipalities that are trying to establish open access networks that then ISPs can elect to hop on. Because the whole idea with the open access network is that it's going to be like a one price for everybody to get on this network. So it should equalize if you might have a small fixed wireless provider or or other providers that are community-based ISPs, that now they can get access to that community's fiber network, open access network at a reduced rate, but a commercial provider can do likewise. So I usually hear municipalities pushing or trying to use some of their maybe ARPA dollars or other kind of dollars to maybe invest in establishing an open access network, if you will. Don't hear too much about the ISPs themselves doing it because ergo the word is open access. That means that they need to let other ISPs on top of it, jump on it.
That was the only question.
Okay, great. All right, so we're back in session. And where we left the conversation off, just having, unscripted kind of conversation about where things are at, what are the needs in Ashtabula, Beulah, Mahoney, and Trumbull counties. And a lot of our conversation has been around, affordable broadband and, depending on different topographies of Ashtabula, Mahoney, and Trumbull, is more of an issue of availability and build out as opposed to affordability. But then when there are pockets where affordability is still an issue that all you can get, if you get it, is $75-100 a month. We've also had that conversation about, we just kind of naturally fell into the affordable connectivity program and the adoption rates as it pertains to respective communities, county level, city level, neighborhood level, block level, census block level, and also zip code level. And what have we learned? What are people doing? And I would actually want to unpack that a little bit more. It's like, what are people doing? What has been seen as successful to increase awareness, and maybe not just awareness for the sake of awareness, because that's moot. If you're not getting people to enroll and actually get access to the vouchers and apply those vouchers, that's the end goal. Not just awareness for the sake of awareness. But we talked about that and said, well, maybe we should be learning from other communities that are doing a better job at it, or have had some wins, have some successes. And in that conversation, we talked about things like, well, meeting people where they're at. I know, like say in Cleveland, we saw greater return rate on doing ACP enrollment and awareness kind of programs at someone brought up at the public gathering where people are going for utility assistance for their water bill, for their electric bill. And while they're in line getting applications and learning what programs are available for them and so forth, you have a booth right over here talking about, hey, by the way, how's your internet? That kind of thing, and signing them up on the spot right there, as opposed to just handing them a flyer. So we talked about that right there. Then we also talked about the whole idea of, in all of this work, you definitely need, champions of different sorts. You know, you need champions within your local municipality, government agencies, pushing, promoting, advocating for the needs of all residents in that municipality. But then you also need champions maybe at the mid-tier level that are helping, you know, talk with and from a partnership and collaboration standpoint, building those kind of coalitions around the different programs that are available to folks, as well as the existing programs that aren't federally funded. They're just existing programs that are in the community. And how can we connect, you know, one agency with another agency, one nonprofit with another nonprofit, one housing authority with the library, you know, to make better use of these things. But then we also talked about the champions that are, you know, that are the technical assistants, the tech support folks that actually want to help walk people through the process of enrollment, identification, eligibility, securing, document uploading, and all those sorts of things. And you need that tiered approach. It's not a one size fits all. If there's anything I've heard today is that there's not a one size fits all in this endeavor, but you definitely need to understand where you're at to figure out how to pivot, how to move, and do a lot of different pilot initiatives in order to see what sticks. And in those pilot initiatives, that obviously requires funding support, the need for more institutionalized, I think the word that was used, more institutionalized funding for this work to truly bear fruit. You know, it's you got to spend money to prime the pump. You got to spend money to keep the pump primed. Otherwise, it's going to dry up, and you're going to be right back where you where you started. So, what kind of approaches can we see, or would you propose, or would be recommended as for institutionalizing funding for this work, because it's not a one and done. We're getting this pocket of dollars from the Digital Equity Act and also from the B plan program. But how do we basically take that and actualize it in such a way where we can get more bang for our buck, and we can get those dollars to bring in more dollars, to build on those dollars, to begin propping up institutionalization of these particular funds from different agencies and organizations, so that we still have the capacity to fund the champions at the various levels, to fund the nonprofits that are doing the digital literacy training that you can't charge someone for a digital literacy class, to fund the people who are doing this work, to fund the organizations equitably that we do, so that in 3 to 5 years, where we might start seeing the fruit being born, we're still going, and we can build on that. So those are all the conversations that we had, you know, by and large, this morning. And I just want to take, you know, the last couple hours, so forth. I don't think we need to stay here at 5 o'clock, but I just want to take the last few hours to say, in everything that we talked about and other things that we definitely want to hear, how have you been reaching, you know, and just to reinforce what we talked about, how have you been reaching some of the underrepresented populations, that tougher population pool of people that we talked about? What partners are you actually working with? I've heard bits and pieces about public libraries or agencies for the aging or community action agencies, but is that it? Or are there other non-traditional partners that you've been partnering with, like your small business and so forth, or another nonprofit and so forth, the clergy and stuff like that? These are the kind of questions I would love to unpack as well, that build on the conversation that we had earlier this morning. So again, I open it up to the floor to chime in on these kind of questions and comments. Patrick.
Well, one specific place that we use it isn't in the ones that you mentioned, is our block watches and neighborhood associations.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, they're very willing to have a speaker and bring in some materials. Our modus of operation is to have people come to our place and sign up.
Yeah.
So we give them the number and make a reservation. And give them actually a sheet that says on the back what are the income qualifications. It's actually,
Right.
it tells them what they need to bring. So it's kind of all in one nice card. So we found that to be a very good way to do it. We also, there'll be board meetings, so there'll be church groups, and we try to go to them, we don't do it here as much anymore, as we spread out, and we can't afford it.
Yeah, exactly.
Never got a penny for that, so that's kind of out of our unrestricted funds. And it's kind of a catch 22, you teach classes, you try to get people out and recommend them to take a class. They don't need it. So that's kind of the conundrum. That follows through to funding as well. We're getting funding, when we do get it, we're getting funding from anybody that knows.
Right.
You do,
Yeah.
you know, Urban Foundation.
Yeah.
Youngstown Foundation does.
Yeah.
We fund. What they done. So they will appreciate what all's involved.
Mhm.
So they're looking at a little more traditional, what are the numbers? What is it?
Right.
But if you can't get out to get people in, the numbers aren't so. So where do you spend the money on? And so we find sometimes we go in, we're like, well, I did so many people. So, well, how everybody do it? How everybody go out? We even did door to door.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to get it. So, I mean, that's not answering the question, we'll circular and better say, what comes first? We gotta have numbers to get funding. We gotta have funding to get those numbers. So, I mean, we'd love to have somebody. Well, get people to sign up for classes. Right now, I'm trying to get where all three of those. Stuff.
So what I'm hearing, and I think I might have heard it in other earlier conversations, that we know where the people are at that we need to support, but we can't afford to go there and help them out if we're busy over here.
We don't have so much money.
Yeah.
You can only do this one and that.
Right.
It's not like either that they come in, they're in a line where they just hand somebody a form and they go like
Yeah,
this, and
yeah.
a week later they get a letter saying they're signed up for something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a hour-long, possible 45-minute long process to sit down side by side with somebody to get them enrolled
Yeah.
in ACP. So it's not like typically maybe where you just fill out a little card and here's my income and boom,
Yeah.
they verify it. Next thing you know, you're on Medicaid or whatever,
Yeah.
and that's an obstacle when it comes to that. So, going back to its resources, you have to have somebody to sit down with somebody for an hour and make sure they have the right documents, how they qualify to be able to get it. So it's people like, they don't know what it's like. They don't know the process of digital equity and
then if you don't get one, well, to be really fun to do that. It's that point. Results of it. They kind of just feed it, grow, result.
as far as the underrepresented populations is, people that English is not their language
Right.
is an issue. And so thank God, we have a Spanish speaking connectivity champion that we refer, but certain areas, have completely different languages that we, have to use resources to help people. So, new Americans issues that, they benefit from the ACP, but you gotta have people that can interpret, let them know, and so it's a barrier.
So I would just say, so the person that asked this question, Asheville County, is the community action. It's too long to project. It's probably needs to be outreach, which probably outreach.
Yeah.
In the subject area. I think interesting to ask the library about their setting up the publicizing licenses, right? But I do think that, again, we know who's on virtually now.
It's like some cases. Good.
Yeah.
Enlisted from the community action agency, if and when she comes on, is the person to ask. Right, so she runs the CP outreach, and has been doing that. Or the office has been doing that too. That's the answer for SGA.
One of the things, Leon, I want to throw out, kind of related to tracking value and results. I had a meeting with the Summit Plan over here in town, and we talked about numbers of people signed up, or number of people trained, for students, those kind of things. And this particular individual pushed back on me, and she said, really, are they really doing anything with that? So, and her point was, the federal government's giving money, and they're targeting X number or X percent of people of ACP.
Right.
In her mind, she's got some relatives that sign up for ACP and don't use a computer. So her view is we need to get past that. The federal government's good at spending money and say, okay, how many numbers do you have? But she said she's looking for a way that we can prove value. How are we moving the needle? How are we basically, how do you judge that literacy? What does it do? And I talked about that. That's been a struggle. I give you a computer, I give you ACP, and then I expect you to go use it, but how is your life changed?
You can even teach your class good, but how does it stay with them?
I mean, are we moving the needle and really is a transformation taking place?
So, great question. So in Cleveland, we had to fortune because of the work that Bill and others did with the beach hop money back in, 2008, 9, 10, 11, around that time.
That ended in 2012.
Yeah, it ended in 2012. By that time, there was a 5-year span that I was able to commission a longitudinal study. So 5 years later, people like Ashbury Senior wanted to know through the data that they collected, through people who went through their program, they were able to still go back, reach out percentage enough to do an actual empirical study. You're never going to get 100 people, but if you get that 5%, 6% mark, that constitutes statistical significance.
We have 450.
Yeah, that they might. So
That's statistically significant.
Yeah, exactly, that they might have reached. They went back and asked those people those same questions. So how has going through that program changed your life? How has it improved? And we got that kind of feedback. One unintended consequence that we got was that not only did we impact many of those individuals that went through the program, now they impacted their family members and their neighbors and their friends and relatives. So we have that ripple effect of by educating one, you reach 4 or 5 or 2.3, if you will. And we were able to go back and look at that, but that's doing all the work from 2010, 2009 to 2012, or 8 to 2012, and is sitting and going back and asking 5 years later. So to that end, to that person in philanthropy is like, well, TBD. We'll have to, you can't think this is going to sprinkle fairy dust on it and miraculously their lives have been changed. Yeah, there's always going to be those episodic stories where someone says, now that I have internet, now that I have a computer, I was able to get a job.
Yeah, actually, we did that exact survey twice. We did it at the end of the program. So at that point, we had people who were 2 years in, right? And then we asked the same questions 5 years after that. And this was a random sample of a large participating population. So it was a genuine piece of survey research. And I think it was a $50,000 proposition to do that.
Yeah.
Second survey, right?
Yeah,
So
about 50, 60,000.
there's no way we could have even thought about it. And we budgeted that as part of our evaluation program funding. But bear in mind, we had a lot of money, right? Wasn't out of a $50,000 grant, right? And then Leon was prepared to pay for it 5 years in. And so that's, to me, the answer to the funder, as it always is for nonprofits. we'd love to talk to you about the project, too, about it.
Fund it, we'll do it.
Yeah.
We're all for
That's right.
Yeah, Leon says, let's do it.
And, from NTIA's point of view, not speaking for NTIA, but I will say from NTIA's point of view, at least in that round, that was a perfectly acceptable use of their money. Right? I mean, they were happy. They wanted evaluation, they wanted numbers, so we had a plan to get them some, they were happy.
So to that point, and like you said, you did one, 2 year, at the end of the
Well, at the
program,
end of the
at the end of the
Well,
program.
we're still in the
Right,
contract.
but there was still, you still had 2 years of real data from folks that were just recently through the program.
Yeah.
And then you did it 5 years.
Right.
To say to Broadband Ohio, with these dollars, okay, we can do a comprehensive evaluation assessment of impact, at a certain juncture, because we will be maybe in year 3, because now we can look at year 1 and 2. And then give us time, we can come back 4 years later and say, now we can look at what's happened from year 1 through 5 in year 6.
Also, we had excruciating good data on who had participated, what they did, when they did it, and how to reach them. Right.
Who did that?
Yeah. Huh?
Who did
We
that?
did it. It was built into the project. That was part of the responsibility of the people who worked on the project.
Yeah,
And
wasn't that what the one community? or-
that was.
Yeah.
And we literally had a hard drive full of data from the project, and so had we decided to start doing that 2/3 of the way in, it would have been.
Now, Bill, to that point, was that a very targeted program where it was like, we have this multi-week skills training program?
Yes.
That we're gonna run people through? I think when we start looking at this Digital Equity Act and this, all
Yes.
encompassing on a number of things, it's gonna be a lot harder to just say, oh, because you ran this Digital Navigator program, this is the impact.
We were measuring things that were particular to our program.
Exactly.
And the part of that came from the funder
Yeah.
was, we want to see numbers on broadband adoption.
Yeah.
Right? And they had some definition of that, which
Yeah.
was people who didn't have broadband now have it, and they're supposed to be poor people, right? So we had that kind of guideline, but in terms of, and we had a curriculum that was supposed to be aligned with the
Mhm.
things that we're trying to accomplish. So, yeah, we did a lot of work on that
Yeah.
model, and had we been trying to measure 6 different programs with different objectives, that would be very different.
So going back to, I'm gonna go back on my slides, there's that one slide I talked about where these were some of the measurable objectives or categories. Availability of fixed and wireless broadband connectivity. So, a before and after is, here's what we had then, here's what we have now. Affordability of fixed and wireless broadband technology. Well, baseline, here's what we had then, this is what we have now. The price difference, and does that new price difference constitute affordability? Online accessibility and inclusivity of public resources and services. Okay, that's getting to, municipalities, things being online, more readily accessible, access to information like city county council meeting minutes and stuff like that, permits approved and all that kind of stuff. That's working with your different county and city municipality officials and saying, how many of your services do you now have online? Here's what we had before, here's what we have now. Digital literacy, now that's the nebulous one, that's the muddy one, but it's like, okay, what is digitally now versus what is it then? Or are you just saying, here's what we were doing now, here's what we're doing then? Because you can't really measure, now there is no national test that everybody is mandated to go through.
OnStar is pretty
But it's not mandated.
widely.
Yeah, well, it may be pretty widely used, but again, it's only for those that finish the program, go through it, do it and get it, that kind of stuff. So again, the drop off of, okay, those that go through it and actually go through it are the ones that are really committed versus those that started the program.
Problem is control groups.
Exactly.
That's the
Exactly.
one thing we didn't have in the survey we talked about.
Exactly.
Control group. This is all about what happened with the people this year.
Hi, on it. Other measurable objectives, we're talking about awareness of and the use of measures to secure online privacy, cybersecurity with respect to the individual. So what kind of programs are we putting in place to teach people about cybersecurity, privacy, and protection of their data and stuff like that? Then and now. Availability and affordability of consumer devices and tech support for those. So we just talked about specifically here in Ashtabula, Mahoney, and Trumbull County about the limited access to computer refurb centers, organizations, or programs that are offering discounted devices. Like I believe for a small period of time, Microsoft had that special program that they were offering to folks where you're getting a brand new Dell laptop, not a refurb, but a brand new Dell laptop for like $175 or $200. I think it may have lasted about a year before it went away, but again, those kind of things. And then the other barriers right here that they're looking for is barriers unrelated to the above measured reductions that impact specific covered populations of person. So we talk about that covered population, those targeted communities that they're trying to reach. And I go back here since we have some new people. How are we doing a better job? What impact are we making on these particular targeted populations now versus then? So when we talk about data, we talk about collection and things of that nature. How are we teeing up, or how are we communicating with BroadbandOhio about the types of programs and things of that nature to help glean that kind of information so that we can do the proper evaluation in year 2, 3. Oh, come on in. Come on in. We're just doing a recap of this morning. So for those of you who are here this morning, you're going to have to bear with me as I kind of do a little rehash. But please bear with me. Especially, and as well as those that are online. So good afternoon to those who are new. I'll stand up. Leon Wilson. I'm the coordinator for the lead agency for the Northeast Ohio Regional Digital Inclusion Alliance that's supporting BroadbandOhio's digital equity planning grant. And I'm just going to go through this. So you may have seen a slide similar to this before in the past from BroadbandOhio that is using data they gather from census, FCC data, and so forth, that are spelling out the challenges that we have here in all of Ohio, as far as the number of households that are with or without broadband internet access at 25 download, 3 upload speeds, or 100 download, 20 megabyte upload speeds. The number of households that have been deemed not having internet devices in their homes, as well as the number of households that have been deemed having residents live in those households that may not have the necessary level of digital literacy in order to support a meaningful wage job. And this has been their challenge, looking at all the various counties color-coded across the state. And if we drill into Ashtabula, Mahoney, and Trumbull counties, the numbers look like such about the number of households that are without internet. Now, always keep in mind, and Bill and I have this conversation, keep in mind, when they say number of households without, that means the number of households that do not have a paid broadband subscription. They may have internet. It's just that we don't know it because the way we track numbers is based on paid broadband subscriptions. So if you're in a community where you're lucky and blessed to have free, high-speed public Wi-Fi, you won't show up in this number.
Is there anybody in that map that has high-speed free internet? I don't think so.
You have to ask Bill.
Not unless you know about somebody in Youngstown.
Know a guy.
I know a guy that knows a guy.
And I would say, being from Ashtabula County, those red spots, you can't even get satellite. can't get a tower, you know, if you
Oh,
have,
really?
if you have a phone,
Okay,
a lot of that area, you cannot get a signal.
okay, and you're,
Penny New Garden, the Ashtabula County District Library,
oh, great,
and, my IT guy, Mike.
okay. And ma'am, this is where we're doing introductions, we already know the other people that are in here. You, we going, no,
Mike Heck, Maryland Montes, Chief Operating Officer, we service, Mahoney County.
okay.
Social service.
Okay, great, welcome. And again, the numbers here from Mahoney County, look as such. And then if we look at Trumbull County, here are their numbers. So when Broadband Ohio looks at these numbers, and I'm sure, you know, again, this is probably maybe 6 months data or something of that nature, so, but it's not a lot that's really changed compared to. And these are things I just pulled off of their website as far as they have a county by county, basically profile, if you will, that they're using. That's the reason why the federal government stepped in, because what you saw with Ashtabula, what you saw with Mahoney, what you saw with Trumbull, you can say that you can say, pick a county across the country. And you may have similar maps, whether you're rural, whether you're urban, whether you're mixed, pick a county, you're gonna have probably similar maps. There is no probably county, maybe there is, but there's very few, I would say, that when you pull up a map like that throughout the US, where it's gonna be super green all across the board. So, as a result of the pandemic, as a result of everybody being pushed into their homes, as opposed to the conventional mode that was beforehand, is we sent people places. We sent people to the public library. We sent people to the rec centers. We sent people to the senior centers. We sent people places to get things. Once everybody was told to go home, stay home and quarantine for, I remember, 3 weeks. That's what we thought it was going to be, 3 weeks. 3 weeks turned to 3 years. That they realized how much of an issue this was across the country. And through the third round of funding, because the first round of funding was the CARES Act dollars, where people dipped and used some of that dollars to help out with digital inclusion, digital divide, access devices, procuring mobile hotspots and things of that nature, or Chromebooks in the classrooms. Then you had the second round of money came in with the ARPA dollars. And there were some other dollars that popped out of there. Then you started seeing programs teed up, like the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, that then transitioned to the Affordable Connectivity Program. That the third round of massive funding was out of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which stood up two new funding, two of many, because there's others that are on this list. These are just the two that we like to talk the most about. Was the Broadband Equity Access Deployment Program, B for short. That was more geared towards, again, fiber deployment, infrastructure investment throughout our different communities across the US, $42.45 billion. And then a sister program with it called the Digital Equity Program, part of the Digital Equity Act, which was $2.75 billion to go towards pretty much non-infrastructure, broadband infrastructure type of things, you know, digital skills training, outreach, ACP enrollment, affordable devices, and access to affordable broadband plans and so forth, and things of that nature. And where BroadbandOhio stepped in with this is that they put in grant requests for both of these programs. Because every state was invited to apply. It wasn't, you're in, you got to submit us a plan, give us your plan. They were invited to apply into both of these programs, which BroadbandOhio did. And they got, I forgot how much money they got to do planning, because the first leg of each one of these plans is a planning grant. All right, you want some of this $42.45 billion, Ohio. You want some of this $2.75 billion, Ohio. Tell us what you're going to do. And in that, tell us what you're going to do is where we're standing here today, because BroadbandOhio submitted a planning grant for the digital equity plan. They also did one for the B program. They'll have a listening session for that particular program at this location next week, Thursday. Today, we're here to talk about their planning grant efforts for the digital equity plan. They asked the state, they asked DC for $1.47 million to do a 1-year planning grant planning activities endeavor. In that, that's where we're here. To help them tease out what are the needs from a digital equity standpoint for the state of Ohio. And they can then turn that plan in to the National Telecommunication and Information Administration to go after a pocket of the $1.44 billion of state capacity building to actually execute and implement that plan over the next, 3 or 4 years. And the way the state decided to do this is they said that we're going to break up Ohio into 5 regions. Many people that are in economic development, this map looks very familiar because this is always more like the economic development map of how they look at the state of Ohio. And we're talking today here representing BroadbandOhio as the lead agency to do the listening session, do the needs assessment and asset mapping for the 18 counties that represent Northeast Ohio. Now, the restrictions in that, the limitations in that, is they said, well, we can't pay you to go to each and every single county, but we'll let you do about 10 listening sessions. So when you have 18 counties, 10 listening sessions, you do the math, that means we have to start clustering some counties. And that's where we are here today, is talking because from what we learned, talking with, that there's a lot of collaboration and partnership that's going on across Ashtabula, Mahoney, and Trumbull already. Agencies that are supporting all 3 counties, if you will, and bringing you together to do what we're doing here today is saying, what are the challenges? What have you been doing? What's been working? What hasn't been working around digital equity? They'll be here next week to talk about broadband infrastructure deployment and fiber. But today, we just want to hear from you who have been boots on the ground, who have been dealing with this, especially for the last 3 years, working with your patrons, working with your residents that you're servicing, to say, here's what we've been dealing with, here's what's been working, here's what has not been working, here's what we're hearing, and here's how BroadbandOhio can help us as they factor this into a statewide plan. The conversation that we're going to have with you and what we've been having this morning is going to be centered around, okay, what is the availability of internet in those 3 respective counties? What is the affordability of it if it's available? As well as device access. Do households in these respective counties have access to the device that they need? If they need a tablet, do they have a tablet? If they need a laptop, do they have a laptop? If they're blind as a bat and they need a 42-inch monitor screen to look at it, well, why are they still working with a 3-inch mobile phone? Things of that nature. Do they have the device that they need to do what they need to do, whether it's telehealth sessions, mental health counseling sessions, interviewing for a job, doing schoolwork, other kind of social engagement interactions? Do they have the device in their household, internet-enabled device in their household to do what they need to do? Because historically, what we've been told is that while the smartphone has had deep proliferation and penetration into respecting all communities, the desktop and laptop has not. And that the smartphone, as I did a lot of studies, all smartphones aren't created equal. So it's quasi-smart. It's based on your data plan. It's based on your carrier. It's based on a number of other things that determine how smart is your smartphone. So that's what we want to talk about. That's what we want to hear from you today about that, so that we can take that and talk to other counties and start pulling it all together. And because now we have to give our report to BroadbandOhio by the end of June, saying, here's what we heard, here's what we learned from Northeast Ohio. Here's their needs, and these are the top 4 or 5, top 6 or 7, top 8 or 10 priority initiatives that this particular region of Ohio needs. While they're also doing the same thing for Northwest Ohio, Southwest Ohio, Southeast Ohio, and also Central Ohio. They also want to pay particular attention to by talking to all you regional stakeholders. And you probably find yourself somewhere in that disc where how are you servicing and how are you addressing and helping out and impacting the individuals who live in low-income households, the aging population, our rural residents, racial and ethnic minorities, people where English isn't their native language, it's their second language, veterans, and others. Are you targeting them? Who's targeting them? What unique barriers do they have? Individuals with disabilities and so forth. And again, setting the stage, we talk about digital inclusion, we talk about digital equity, we talk about digital literacy. You know, we're leveraging language that has been pretty much agreed upon, that's been brought to us by the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. Talking about, when we talk about digital inclusion, we're talking about this three-legged stool, technically four-legged stool, but the picture hasn't been updated yet. But it's about affordable, robust broadband internet service, internet-enabled devices that meet the needs of the person, access to digital skills, and quality technical support. This morning, we were talking about, yeah, the Chromebook is great, the mobile hotspot is great until it breaks. And then what do? Especially if you gave it to someone for free, now they gotta pay to get it fixed. What have we thought about that? When we talk about digital equity is more of a condition. Like, are our residents in a position where they can fully participate in this new digital economy, this new digital society, whatever that might mean? That's what digital equity looks like. And digital literacy is about, can you leverage and use the tools and resources and access to information that you need to use to make sense and be cognitively enabled and technically skilled and proficient in what you're trying to do in your daily lives, in your professions, in your educational endeavors, and so forth. These are the language, these are terms that we use when we talk about, when we throw out terms like digital inclusion, when we throw out terms like digital equity and digital skills. Now we start using the word, digital skills to digital literacy. But again, this is the language that we use. So we're here today, starting on the needs assessment, the information gathering for Ashtabula, Trumbull, and Mahoney County. This isn't it. What we get today will take with, but there will be tons and tons of follow-up inquiries, follow-up questions, follow-up Q&A. Let's hop on a call with it. Can we hop on a 30-minute Zoom call? We want to dig deeper into this type of thing so that we can do the needs assessment about what are your particular needs, as well as what do you currently have, so that we can do that gap analysis. What are the resources? What are the programs that are operating in our public libraries, in our housing authorities, being offered through community action agencies, that are being offered through rec centers and through other different places, nonprofit organizations, so forth, that are out there that we know about, that are working and maybe working great, but people aren't utilizing them enough, or not working so great, need some tweaking, but what are they? What is out there? So now doing the needs assessment, doing the asset mapping, and cataloging, taking inventory of all the things that you have already operating and been operating that you stood up over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's been stood up for the last 5 or 10 years. Once we have that database, as well as the qualitative and quantitative needs assessment, now we can go back to the state and say, here's the gap. And they can, as they look as to sending in that state capacity grant proposal or the needs, that they can be spot on about the needs of your particular county. This is a time frame that we're working against, where we're starting our listening session now, and we'll be doing this across the 18 counties over the next 4 to 5 weeks. What we plan to do also is sometime in early to mid-June, come back at a location to be determined to have a regional half-day summit or a 3-hour summit to say, here's what we heard from all of you. Here's what you have, all of you. Here's what we have as a region. Now, based on that, these are the major things that have bubbled up as far as the gaps that needs addressing. Do you agree? And if you agree, how would you, if you had to prioritize them, how would you prioritize them? We don't want to do that work on your behalf. We want that to be a co-developed type of initiative. So that when we did go and clean things up and then turn our report to the state by the end of June, they have a concrete and well thought out plan and approach that's been well informed by all the people that we talked to, that goes into their bucket as they also get their same report from the other 4 regions, and then catalyze that, galvanize that into one comprehensive statewide plan, and then turn that into NTIA. This is just another thing of a mapping schedule. So that's what we're here today. And that's where we started off this morning, just hearing from those that were here this morning, saying, what's going on, Ashtabula? What's going on, Mahoney? What's going on, Trumbull? As far as your particular opportunities, issues, and challenges and services and programs around digital equity, around digital inclusion. So again, look forward to hearing. This is where now I stopped doing the majority of talking or lecturing. And now it's your turn to chime in and give your thoughts, perspective. These other questions here are just to tee it up. Trust me, when we got to start this morning, we went left. And we started talking about a whole other thing, but it was needed. And then we wrote back in some of these other questions. This afternoon, we may go right. And talk about a host of other things and tie it back in. But that's where it's for you to take the conversation where you want. Yes.
Yeah, I'll start. I'm from Community Action, and we received funding the last 3 years with our rent and mortgage with some monies to pay for access, Wi-Fi access.
Yep.
The trick was that could not be bundled into your TV service.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It had to be single, which we weren't able, surprisingly enough, we helped some people, but not a whole lot. Our data shows last year alone, we serviced over 22,000 people in our various programs and community action. But we have spent probably over $25 million in rent, mortgage, and within that, our water services, internet access, and all of that. So, and just in Mahoney, yeah, we just service Mahoney. So we see the need, the huge need, because to get the assistance for COVID funding, you had to have a reason how it affected you, and a lot of it was lost my job because I could not work from home.
Right.
They didn't have access.
Okay.
So that was the primary reason, and still is today. Some of them now trying to look for work.
Right.
It's just become harder, and it still is an effect from COVID funding.
Okay.
We have a large senior program and a large senior group. We provided some tablets to them because we have a wellness program for cooking classes to help them stay engaged during COVID, things like that. So I'm going to put a survey out because I have to, due to our governance reviews and stuff, we have to get the needs assessment updated. I did do that during COVID, so this would be perfect to add, if you can, give me a couple of questions, some questions, data that you would like, we attach it to all our applications and send it out. And we could get some in the next couple of months, get some data for you.
No, that'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's our story.
No problem. Other stories from the public library?
I think a big part of it, especially South County, which is more rural.
And this is Ashtabula, right?
This is actually really funny. So often we find that people don't know what they don't know. People don't know. They don't know what they don't know. And when you're working with, very poor rural, they may not even be thinking about how to get internet and how it would help their lives, how it would, so I see we're equipped to provide digital training. We do one-on-ones, we try to do classes. But there has to be some motivation to get people to engage. And so I would love to see some kind of a grant that would come out that if folks would agree to attend 3 or 4 sessions that would cover reliable resources, how to tell if something's true or not, how to gauge bias, skills, how to use an email. I mean, we have folks who come in asking how to dial my phone, because they don't, so things that are so basic but they don't know they need it until they need it.
Mhm.
And it's often when they need it is beyond our capability to give it.
Mhm.
You know, we see that a lot with job applications or resume making. That they need a resume, but they need it in 3 minutes.
Mhm.
You know, and how can you help me get this in 3 minutes? So this idea of being a little more proactive, but yet there has to be some incentive. Whether it's, you know, if you come to these 4 sessions, you will be able to take home a cheap laptop or a Chromebooks.
Mhm.
I mean, I know some libraries during COVID got grants and they lent out laptops, you know, and my question was, how the heck are you ever gonna get those back? And their approach was they didn't care. But you know what, politically, I should do that, you know, if my community found out that I was lending out laptops using tax dollars and never expected them to get them back. That could really reflect poorly on me, and why should I give them more money because they're just giving it to you, do you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no, exactly.
So while I love the idea and wish that I had thought of it at the beginning, you know, and written the grant myself, you know, there are pitfalls to because we're a library and we expect you to bring things back, but if our motivation is to get things into people's hands without the expectation of them bringing it back, then that needs to be clear up front. And so, you know, I would love to see, and not just our library system, there are each much smaller library systems throughout the county that have really good relationships with their communities and are trusted by their communities and could be a focal point to reach out to the communities, but we're lacking in funds, we're lacking in being able to hire somebody to work as a trainer. But the biggest challenge is getting people to take advantage of the training that we already give. And that's where I think the incentive to beyond just the knowledge you gain.
Right.
Could be helpful.
I know we were talking this morning about, and I was talking about, you know, being in Cleveland, working with Cleveland Public Library and Cuyahoga County Public Library, even East Cleveland Public Library, about, yeah, there's lots of trainings, but what's the adoption rate? What's the utilization rate? What's the number of, you know, butts and seats that's taking advantage of this type of thing? And I know, Bill, when you were running the VTOP program, that was incentive based where you go through our training program, you get a free refurbished laptop. That's where I think our team.
Only wish it was a laptop.
Say what?
It was desktops with CRT.
Oh, sorry, it was desktop. Yep. But
That was 12 years ago.
Yeah, 12 years ago.
But then they take it home and they don't have access.
Yeah, that's
Right.
it.
You know, if you're gonna do it.
Yeah.
You gotta do the whole
That's the 4 legs.
access and base it on income or whatever, but when there's children involved in the home, I don't expect that back. You're gonna need that home.
Right.
You know, it's truly a much needed assistance, but you do have some pushback from people that will never be interested.
Right.
You know, with the landlords that we deal with, you know, the quickest way to meet your payment, and send us everything via scan or something.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother, if they don't want to do it, they'd rather drop it off, they're not interested.
Mhm.
They don't have the equipment.
Yep.
So if a program, the state's gonna take a program, you can't expect it back.
Right.
It is to move you forward into the next way of doing business.
No, I hear you. So now, who have, one of the questions we talked about, because you brought up about devices. So if they're not getting devices from checking them out at the public library, whether it's a mobile hotspot or whether it is a Chromebook that you can't take off premise, what are you all seeing as ways that families can get a affordable device in their home? Are you partnering with other organizations, or or how do you see that happening if it's happening at all?
The schools right now, all the students have Chromebooks, almost, I think.
Okay,
Yeah,
one-to-one,
all of the
one-to-one
schools
program.
have one-to-one program. And I know during COVID, they started providing hotspots. We provide hotspots.
Right.
I don't know how many we have, 45 or 50.
Right.
That we land.
They circulate well, but.
Yeah.
When you looked at the map, you saw the line where I-90 is,
Okay,
and everything above it was green, and everything below it was, most everything below it was red,
Right.
and a hotspot does nobody good.
Yes, there were areas that, we take our automobile out,
okay,
and we can barely get a signal with, there's one township, it's Trumbull Township, from their city hall or their township hall. We've been trying to work with them just to run a fiber there so that we could run, Wi-Fi, because our hotspots do not work at the Trumbull Township Hall. So anybody with a hotspot, we cannot lend devices outside of the building because of that. We can't provide things that aren't gonna come back. Computer, yeah, it's a computer devices.
Okay.
Sort of glancing over your shoulder,
Well,
but he's been talking to townships about
Yeah.
things like fiber.
Zito has a fiber run right through, Trumbull Township.
Well, that they have fiber, but we can't get a Wi-Fi signal there. So we can't get E-rate grant, we can't get E-rate money to fund the fiber. The fiber's gonna cost, what was it, about between $400 and $600 a month?
Yeah.
And so we were trying to get E-rate money so that the library could get, and we ran into the last hurdle was what? How we couldn't guarantee that only
Yes.
patrons would access the Wi-Fi. Even though in Ohio,
They're all our.
they're all, so, we haven't given up yet. But still, even if we run a fiber and we put out, shoot it out from the building with our, we pay for it. People still have to drive to the Trumbull Township Hall in order to get Wi-Fi access.
So there's fiber there,
Yes, it's fiber down
some access, you're saying that you're having difficulty now, basically attaching to that fiber, to provide some kind of public Wi-Fi.
Right.
No last mile.
No,
That's what, we'll talk, hey, we'll talk a little bit, because try to find out that's way to help you guys. You got different projects in Trumbull Township. You're like, Trumbull Township is like one of those areas that seems to be well covered based on one of the providers I talked to.
well, try to pick up a cell signal from the Trumbull Township building.
Well, okay, that's
Yeah.
a point.
Yeah.
Because so Penny's talking about, we're talking sometimes apples to oranges, we talk cell coverage is different than fiber, maybe right now, you maybe could touch that fiber, but you're trying to look at a cell signal that you can't get.
Right,
So,
because people can't go in the building and plug their stuff in, so we can run, Trumbull Township could run a fiber line to themselves. But nobody's gonna be able to use it except the people who can use the Trumbull Township building. And there's some hesitancy, because there is nobody in the building the majority of the time, so,
Well, Pierpont Township does that. They should talk to them.
Well-
They have Wi-Fi, they won't.
each other.
And that's what I,
Start with.
that's what I, it may be a matter of, those laws to go, right?
there you go.
Yeah, right, but,
so just want to keep the conversation going, but any other comments about the license in the home from anyone from Asheville, Mahoney, or Crumble? What programs that are out there that you see working, or if there just aren't any programs? One of the things that we talked about this morning is in many places across the US and in many counties and cities across the US, people are relying on some kind of computer refurb center that takes in old equipment from private sector, from businesses, and from other places of that nature, clean them up, swipe them out, and then maybe then sell them back out to nonprofits or offer them back out to low income or at a significantly reduced rate in order to get the device, the laptop, the tablet, the desktop in the home so that they can continue to do remote learning. The idea of all the schools, I think if one thing we could see for the pandemic is that it really gave a surcharge. It really charged the public school district to everybody go one-to-one when it was a novelty and it was just something that was done in affluent communities and stuff like that, that, hey, my kid goes to school, they get a laptop. Now we're seeing that, schools really leaning heavy in that across the country, across the county, across, Ohio and so forth. But if you don't have a kid in K-12, or if the parent needs to use a computer, but that K-12 Chromebook is locked down because you don't want the kid going off to nefarious sites and stuff like that, what are we doing for the other individuals in that household with access to affordable devices? Have you all seen anything? Is anything being done?
The only thing I've seen is mostly out of Columbus, where they're lending out I'm not sure what they're doing now.
Yeah,
This was during lending out laptops.
Right.
Without any expectation of getting them back.
Okay,
And we aren't in a position to do that.
yeah, and that's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable, but it is getting laptops in the hands of people who need it.
Yeah.
So we don't see anything probably in our county
Okay,
that's providing any kind of device. Certainly you can come to the library, you can use laptops, you can
Yeah,
use desktops, we will help you with your phone, we will help you, but there's in the home. And like I said, there's that barrier, and I think you mentioned it, of why do I need that? Because they know nothing about
And don't
why
want to,
they don't want to.
and don't.
And so it's that idea of trying to educate them, trying to help them understand why they would want. And it's really that they don't know what they don't know. They don't know the benefits, so they have no concept of wanting those benefits because they don't have any sense of who they are.
so that came up. So here's more of a philosophical question. Do you channel your energies and just make sure that those that want can get? Or do you still beat your head against a brick wall and try to reach and convert those that don't want, but you want them to get?
I understand where that's coming from.
Yeah.
The issue is that there's a great deal of things that people, as the world is changing,
Yeah.
that people need, that whether they have the skills and the technology and the access or not,
Right,
it's going digital.
right.
So much
You
of
can't
our,
get a job, you could barely do your taxes, you could,
Your banking.
your banking.
But I think that's two different grants, two
Yeah,
different
yeah,
programs.
yeah.
I think they should go simultaneously.
Right.
But happening at the same time, but with two different groups, so you're not frustrating this group that wants it
Yeah,
with the group that doesn't.
right,
And so just two different entities.
right.
Can I ask a couple of Ashtabula County questions?
Yeah, go for
I
it.
suppose while they're on it, because we haven't bad.
Be honest.
He's got, hey, look,
It's gonna be nice, believe me, I'm extremely sympathetic to what you're saying, right? Like I said, I live in Pierpont and I actually have worked with digital inclusion organizations for a long time. And used to live in Cleveland, which is why Lamb knows. But so here's some questions that immediately occur to me. One is, I understand what you're saying about people not tolerating you putting laptops out and not getting them back. On the other hand, Country Neighbor could put them out and not get them back,
That's
and
true.
nobody would squawk.
That's true.
So have you thought about making a deal with Country Neighbor to do a grant process together, get them some laptops, right? And coordinate that.
Or even the action.
Well, I'm I'm picking them out because of Andover, right? But, I mean, obviously, there's people up the street on Station in Ashtabula who could do something. There's, Community Action Agency 212 is doing a state outreach. I don't know if you guys have figured out this, but I mean, the thing, I mean, I'm getting to a generalization here, which is the thing that strikes me, is that we're in Ashtabula County, we're a little bit siloed on this stuff. And maybe, I mean, one of the great advantages of having some resources is that you have an opportunity to get a little less siloed, right? And that's really the.
We work very closely with Signature Health and have been, you know, so we aren't siloed, but I absolutely hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I think there are other people who can do some things. Libraries do have some limits, right? But, you know, other people don't. And on the other hand, libraries can do some things that other people can't, right? So.
But are there grants out there right now that will,
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
Right.
Somebody's been in
So-
the field for a long time. That's the real problem. And I actually, one of the Youngstown folks who were working over at Patrick Kerrigan, who hasn't said hello yet, right? But was talking this morning about the fact that it's part of the problem with developing partnerships is that there hasn't been money to sustain different pieces of partnership. Our assignment is to talk to the state about how they should be thinking about using this money. One of the ways that something raised this morning was so try to lead with things which will create partnerships that you know, get people out of the silos a little bit.
Can you talk about any successes? Like you say you have Sabbath people, or what are the drivers, what are the needs?
I have to go back through our board reports and read them because which are posted on our website, so. we can go back and read them. There, like I said, one that's coming to mind is someone came with their smartphone, I believe it was an elderly resident.
Yeah.
And, you know, they could call the people who were in their phone, but they didn't know how to dial. You know, they didn't know how to get to the keyboard to dial. So that's one. We had someone come in that they were locked out of their laptop, out of their tablet, because they had accidentally changed the language to like Tibetan or something. And so they couldn't figure out how, you know, so one of our staff members sat down with Google Translate and figured out how to get back in to, you know, to get to English. We'll have someone sit down and we'll sit down with you and help you fill out a Walmart application.
Okay.
You know, we won't type, but we will sit with you and walk you through the process. You know, basically, whatever you come in and need, if we have that, which we do because we have a great staff, we will help.
I was trying to figure out, like you said, you don't know what they don't know. And identify things that.
Well, it's kind of like I was alluding to what she was saying, you know, they don't know that in order to get a job at Walmart or Lowe's, or you have to use the computer. So you have to know how to use a mouse. You have to know, you know, so to pay bills, to get your, you know, a lot of bank statements are only coming electronically. So what I mean by they don't know what they don't know is, they have no idea how to operate in a digital world.
Well, they did. You know, our state for about the last 5 years have pushed us to push the customers to fill out applications online. I can tell you, it just did not work for us. In some community actually have some activity, but it has not been successful for them to, they can't navigate. They can't, the seniors it was sad during COVID when they couldn't make connection, that they didn't have pictures from their grandchildren. They couldn't receive it because they didn't have the right phone or still didn't know how to open it or receive it, to your point. We connected with youth programs because a lot of them have to do some community time. We were at senior high rises and things, and bring them in because seniors and youth really connect really school, they were excited, but that kind of fell through when COVID hit.
Yeah.
But that's another way, connecting with youth programs and schools that have to do community time. They love doing that. But yeah, it's a little bit of both. Not wanting, not knowing, not having access. It's a whole list.
Now, you brought up where you talk about where the things that, showing examples of things that you're helping your residents, your patrons out with. And we got on this long conversation this morning about digital skills training. And is it the formal digital skills training where you sit in a, 2-day class, 4-day class, 2-week class to learn how to be completely fluent in Excel and stuff in Word? Or is it the informal, show me how to upload this? Show me how to, get this sent to this state agency. Show me how to do this. Show me how to do this online. Informal, very transactional based education and so forth. And then to compound that issue is when you need it. So on demand. And how do you grapple with that when, we've always, ever since we've been talking about this, we've always been talking about it more in the formal mindset of we want you to be 100% digitally fluent. That type of thing. But people said, I just need to apply for this damn job and they're making me do it online. And that's success for
We
me.
have a workforce program and we run into that a lot, and our staff have to sit down with them. Mercy Health comes into our center, and the people that, it doesn't matter what age group, because that's the other thing. It doesn't matter, it could be 30, it could be 40, and you assume that they know, they
Yeah.
do not, they cannot fill out an application, Mercy's out and navigate that. I went to a conference last August in New York, and part of the conference was to visit a center, and they had a beautiful center where they were doing digital education, and it was, and they had their, just walking them, they visual and showing them. So there are some states and some programs that are doing it. I think it's something like that needs to start somewhere in all the counties and start, but it's lots of different groups and lots of age groups. You can't assume, you think 30, 35, oh yeah, no. Some of them don't want nothing to do with it, don't have it, don't need it. That's their attitude.
So are you all in your programs providing certain various types of, how have you been adjusting your digital skills delivery capacity to serve who you're serving?
Our primary skills outlay, our primary method is either like one-on-one appointments or walk-ins. We have a ongoing Tech Tuesday appointment or program where people can just come in, no appointment needed, and come sit down. And that's honestly the only thing we ever have real success with.
Really?
Trying to have formal sit-down classes that we schedule, that they say, why don't you have classes on the computer? And we're like, okay, here we go, this night, nobody shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just
20
don't.
minutes ago, the classes worked really, really well. When I was doing classes myself, we had waiting lists for people to learn how to use Word, people how to create an email, how to, now it's, we need it when we need it. And we're very fortunate to be in Ohio. Oakland, Ohio Book Library Internet Information Network provides to all libraries online training. You can get LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Free.
Yeah.
You can get, there's, what's the new ones?
North Star Digital.
North Star Digital. So if we have someone that comes in and says, hey, I need to, can you help me with this Word document? We can help. If it's an individualized thing, we will, if they are fluent or have some internet skills, we'll direct them towards that self-paced, because they should do it from home.
Okay.
It's really a wonderful, and LinkedIn, to have LinkedIn Learning for free. But so many of folks that we see are, I need it now, or I need it yesterday. And much like you said, they just want to know enough to get through. And that is so limiting, and that's what I mean by they don't know what they don't know. it's so limiting that we only want enough information to get us through tomorrow. But again, living in with poverty and lots of times domestic violence, and so you know what? And so there's no real judgment there. I think what I'm trying to, my goal as a library director is to grow, to open people's minds to potential. And there's so much potential in understanding what's available to you digitally, and to try to teach that in a way that they'll be willing to consume. And that's why I see that incentive to, so much of our political angst today is because we only consume our own little bias part of the world, and not even realizing that the part of the world that we're consuming is biased. So that digital intelligence. And those are things you don't know unless you don't know what you don't know. So I'm not sure how helpful this conversation is.
No, it's extremely helpful, extremely helpful, really helpful.
Talking a bit what I said before, I mean, so much of what the library is trying to do now, the only way we can get it is digital. We're trying to provide service to people, and we can use a digital version, or we just had a conversation briefly this morning about the fact that I came back from computers and libraries a couple of weeks ago. Oh, like 11% of libraries are going to be dropping music CDs, just altogether. And so we need to have that conversation because our insurance aren't circulating.
And
so why do we put the money in buying them, maintaining them, that kind of thing? But at the same time, that is going to leave somebody behind.
or books on CD. That libraries are, because everybody's using streaming. Which is was wonderful, except for those folks who don't know that you can stream something, or don't have the device to stream it, or don't have the capacity to pay for the internet connection. So.
It reminds me, you talk about the books and states converting to streaming. You all remember it was back in probably like 03 or 05 when the US converted to digital TV. And they said effective this date, you're going digital. So, but in order to get people off the rabbit area antennas, they had to provide this subsidy where you can go to the local Walmart and get that $30 digital, converter that you can plug in your TV. Because, okay, so you're gonna make me go digital. So now you're gonna make me buy a new TV that I can't afford to get on digital. So they had to kind of like force people over. It was legislated, so I'm sure in some place you still see some rabbit ear antennas picking up ABC, NBC, but that's about it. But it's the same thing when you talk about books on tape, things of that nature that they to now convert them to streaming. You have to give them all the tools to stream.
Somebody mentioned Signature Health, you're partnering.
Oh, we just have a really good, their mobile van is gonna be in our parking lot on Friday. I was just trying to prove this, they have a mobile van, mobile health van. So, yeah, we have good relationships with a lot, and actually the relationship between the libraries has gotten so much better in the last 5 or 6 years, so.
And actually, one of the few general types of organizations that other organizations are actually willing to come out of their silo and interact with is the libraries. So, maybe finding ways to capitalize on that and the fact that everybody will at least talk to the library.
And that's why I think it's so vital to consider anything you do, whether it's partnering with, to include the public libraries. They're a safe space, it's not, it's at least in Asheville County, people aren't going to be afraid or intimidated or, to go to a library to get the help they need, which is, says a lot.
So I may have asked this question already, but who are you all partnering with to assist you in this access to affordable devices or digital skills training? Are you bearing the responsibility yourself? Or are there other agencies in your communities that you're partnering with? Maybe it's the schools, maybe it's if you're the public library, it's a community action agency. If you're a community action agency, it's the libraries. Who are you all partnering with? Because I'm always interested to hear that unknown, that unusual suspect that pops up like, wow, they're working, they're helping out. So who are you naturally partnering with?
I know we work with the library, if we have 4 or 5 people that need to fill out applications because we don't have the capacity.
Okay,
Then we meet them, the staff will meet them down at the library and access it, the main library.
Yeah.
Or the one on Market Street, wherever is
Yeah.
closest of the group that they're taking.
okay,
And so, yeah, we partner with anyone that can provide the services, we don't have the capacity.
what about like your local United Way?
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
And what's that partnership just?
But that partnership is like that, we receive funding for them for other needs, like minor plumbing issues.
Yeah.
In the homes,
Yeah.
the same people were talking about, the low to medium,
Yeah.
moderate income, and seniors.
Yeah.
But they have right now, and we do follow them on that to talk to groups. So they have, community evening events at different sites of town,
Mhm.
different groups, and so we partner and talk to them and ask their needs in those groups.
And that's big.
Our strongest partnership is with our schools.
Okay,
Right now, we're sharing a professional librarian with Media Center at the high school in Ashtabula, so he's providing digital literacy training to the students.
okay,
Plus he's running their library, so
Okay.
it's a 50-50 partnership.
sorry.
So at the high school, the Media Center.
I forgot, we we are partnered with the city funding. That's
City-
some of that.
Okay, cities helping in on this?
With their funding, so we're recipients of the contract to help in those areas and the commissioners. So when they receive funding, CDBG and some of those
Yeah.
grants, yeah,
Okay,
we
so
were.
yeah. we didn't have any, government officials here this morning, but that's what we're also trying to understand, whether you have city council members, city commissioners, people in a mayor office or some other office that's doing this kind of work, how have you been partnering with your local municipalities, whether it's at the city level, local level, or at the county level?
Yeah, we do, on both city and
Okay.
the health departments also.
Oh, the health department, right, yeah.
Are these partnerships that have to do with digital
With
access to routes? Are these specifically partnerships in this subject area?
Like,
Only because the funding that they also receive allows some assistance with Wi-Fi
okay,
and,
Wi-Fi access and stuff like that.
yeah,
So that feeds
we
into the
help-
thing you were describing earlier.
Right, so they gave us, since we have the direct customers,
Yeah,
so we help them distribute the money they receive for those services.
okay. Any other challenge that you find regarding access to affordable broadband internet or devices in your areas? Any unique challenges you might see with maybe veterans, if you're working with veterans or those with disabilities?
Same what we.
Same across the board. So now, one other question that we got, a nice long question is, you all are familiar with the affordability connectivity program. So what have been your experience with working with your patrons, residents to get not only the awareness, but also get enrolled in the program so they get that $30 voucher?
Ours has just been trying to provide information.
Okay.
About it, we haven't
Outreach
really-
and awareness.
Yeah, we haven't really taken it, yeah, but we could advertise, sign you up for it.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
Distribute the information also, and if we have, 2 computers in the lobby where we say, you're welcome to use it, we can go ahead and do it. Welcome to do it here, and then if they have to, but very little access.
Okay.
Take advantage.
Okay.
They'll take the information, but I have no data, did they sign up or?
Okay. And are you aware of any other programs where there's like direct technical assistance, like you were doing with helping someone with their smartphone and helping someone with, filling out the Walmart application? You didn't fill out for them. You just kind of chaperone them as you're filling out. Are you aware of any programs or anyone that's doing that in either Mahoney or Ashtabula County?
Well, I think Ohio Needs Jobs will sit down with them to fill out their application.
Okay.
Um,
Gentleman that needs to speak to the senior.
Okay.
A company, that's all it does.
Was that Family Tech Connect?
Is it?
Vince Bavacqua, remember him?
Yes, yes.
Bavacqua has a for-profit company that does that, but he gets some grant money to do work for seniors. He gets paid hourly to do that.
Okay.
So goes to a lot of the senior programs.
Right, talks to them about fraud and all that, via the phone, their phones or phones, phone calls and, yeah.
One of the things we found about seniors doing is that a lot of their power of attorney is with children, so they're not allowed to sign up or enroll. So they would have to get, they've already gone through that process that,
ACP.
yeah, because,
That's the first I heard that.
you can't, the senior can't do anything at the, so we went to some senior homes, like senior,
Maybe they.
senior assisted living homes. and-
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
To help
well,
with-
there they would know.
I was gonna say, if you're paying a bill.
Yeah, right.
So Leon, Alyssa is on the Ashtabula County, and she says that they haven't received their official grant, but they expect to with the ACP outreach grant soon. She also says that one of the challenges they think is just the online submission process. That they were talking about the RED program, and apparently they ran out of funds, and they're meeting challenges getting people to apply for the program online because they don't know how to set up an account and upload their documents.
Okay, so it's the administrative process of enrollment. Where they're finding in Ashtabula, who in Ashtabula?
This is Alyssa Holson over at the Ashtabula County Community.
Right, so do what?
well,
Oh, the 211,
Well,
okay.
211. So
Well, it's more when they got a grant to do
but they did.
ACP outreach.
Yeah, she said they,
That's
yeah.
what he's saying.
But I'm sorry, I don't know if you're chatting with her at the moment, but was she saying that the rental assistance program had run out of money and that because they had a gap there, they were having a hard time with the associated ACP?
Well, we're the same way. We ran out of money, so we have the state now has their own website they can apply directly to. And they'll make the payment to the landlord or whatever. So that's what we have, the information for them. And we've offered, though, part of that is that community actions will help them if they ask for assistance.
Right.
We have offered that, very little takes on that to come in and use the customer, computers we have set up and we'll walk you through it, but very little. And no complaints. I just checked this morning with our project manager on that.
Right.
And she said, I'm not getting a lot of pushback. And we put flyers outside. They can pick them up
Yeah.
24/7.
Right.
The flyers are going off the,
Oh, really?
yeah, they're picking them up at all hours because it's 24/7, but not getting a whole lot of calls and saying, I need to come in and use your computer.
That was another conversation we talked about is the, where we're providing the service.
Mhm.
Is the uptake, in utilization just isn't there. We having a struggle with unpack. Why is that?
Why is that? We don't know.
and that's what I'm alluding to, that people don't know what they don't know.
Okay,
You can give them the information, but if it's not registering what it is, if they're, if we can offer classes, but if there isn't And I think a lot of it is poverty, a lot of it is just trying to make today work, and, that's just a personal opinion, I can't really back that up.
And I'm just assuming that they're giving it to a relative to do for them, because I'm saying if you, because our flyer says that, our notice says we no longer have funding to assist you with rent or mortgage.
Right.
We encourage you to go to this website and give them all the instructions.
Right.
Scroll down and then on there it says community action assistance. Please call us or hit that button, we'll get the notice that you need. But nothing, but I'm thinking that they perhaps a relative, a son or daughter probably that is doing it for them.
Right. Okay. Any other comments on efforts that you're doing or experience that you're hearing regarding ACP enrollment, ACP outreach and adoption? Because again, some of this, I think it was brought up this morning, some of it might be a trust issue, that who they're talking to or who they're getting their information from. That type of thing where, again, you might have to talk to them 5 or 6 times before they get it, not just one time. Before they say, okay, I will consider it. We talked this morning about where the adoption rate or the enrollment rate of households that are eligible in the state of Ohio compared to those who actually apply and actually get it, is very, very low. But we were wondering, is that consistent with the number of households in Ohio or in Mahoney or Ashtabula County that are eligible for rental assistance, but they don't take it? Is that a higher uptake or a utilization rate or utility bills assistance? If I know I can get, some assistance with my utility bills, am I likely to take it? Or are you seeing some of the same challenges with, I can get $30 off my internet bill, but I don't take it? Yeah.
So, I mean, just on the trust issue, one important thing to remember is that in the ACP sign-up process, ultimately you are dealing, the trusted party has to be the provider.
Yeah, the right.
Because that's who you actually deal with when you sign up. And so, for example, 211 is basically from providers, right? They'll help people qualify with the FCC, but then you got to go to the provider. And it looks like almost the vast majority of people who have signed up, have been solicited by the providers, right? We have 8,000 people on that program in Ashtabula County. You haven't seen most of them, right? So, nor has the Community Action Agency. And probably most of them were people who already, they're just bad service and getting a subsidy because the providers are against them. But in any event, that's who people have to trust. Okay, so there's an awful big reservoir of distrust of communications providers. And so some of that is just fighting that, I guess. But that's a distinction. I don't know, who do people have to deal with to actually conclude an application to a rental system?
Who do they have to deal with?
Yeah, whose line are they signing?
That HUD, is that someone else?
Oh, no, we're with ODSA.
Yeah.
Okay.
We receive our funding from ODSA.
I'm just saying, if you're the person signing
How
up,
did they get it?
who do you think you're talking to actually sign up?
Well, they each have, this is how we do it. They drop the application in our mailbox, and one of our reps call from our office.
Okay, so they're dealing with you directly.
Yes, yeah, they're dealing with us.
Yeah.
But now that we don't have funding, they don't deal with us directly.
Yeah.
For the online,
Right, that's really what I want.
unless they call, yeah.
Do they actually have a community partner with whom they feel like
No,
that's
no.
who they're signing a form for?
Right.
Leon, Alyssa says that the challenge they're facing is some of their clients are already on Lifeline and they're facing issues signing up for ACP.
Okay. Because their ACP credits are already applied to Lifeline plan.
Yeah, they can sign up by a Lifeline provider.
What is, I don't understand Lifeline.
Oh, yeah, Bill, I think Bill can explain it.
When EVV started,
Right.
right, in May of 22, it was this, like the first 3 weeks, it was this mammoth rush to sign up by customers of mobile phone services, Lifeline, right? Q-Link, right? TrackPhone, those guys. And because they were waiting, right? They knew it was coming and they were waiting, and they had figured out as a business model, this was an opportunity to give people a little extra service, a little extra internet service, and get an extra $50 a month, right? Now it's 30, but it's the same proposition.
Right.
So it was a big rush. And in the first 6 months of EBB, broadband benefit, something like 65% of all the signups were mobile. And they were very clearly
Yeah,
those guys, right?
because the issue is that phone is a smartphone, it's an internet-enabled device.
Right.
So once you use that ACP voucher for an internet-enabled device, you can't use it a second time.
Right. But what they
Are
do.
you talking about the device money or the?
No, it's device money.
They could use the device money, but they could give them extra data and then charge for it. And so the most conservative version of it is you get 10 gigs of data, probably what I said, unlimited.
Exactly.
But the marginal cost for them of adding the data was minor, and they were getting $30 to $50.
Yeah, sure.
And it was huge. And that's been a
Why do
declining.
you call it Lifeline? I guess that's what.
No, Lifeline.
Well, landline, could have been, landline. It was a $10 discount on your,
But overwhelming.
that's how it started.
The overwhelming preponderance of Lifeline providers are mobile, for the most part,
Now,
we sell them to people.
Okay.
And so those are the guys who just moved in quick, and they really dominated the program.
But people weren't using it for internet.
So they weren't using it for home internet,
They weren't using it for home internet,
They were using it for to.
cellular.
they're getting on a single phone. They're getting on a single phone that would get good.
Exactly.
Right? And, so since ACP started in the beginning of last year, it's been a declining proportion. And actually the dominant provider now for ACP is Charter, right? But, so it isn't quite as much of an issue as it has been. But if you're talking to low income folks, they've been recruited. So they're not gonna get home internet for this unless they switch from the Lifeline provider that they're familiar with to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, they were very aggressive. That's where we found stories of folks like, Cricket, or Boost Mobile hanging out in the parking lot of a grocery store.
Oh, they're doing cable.
With a cable. And when you're signing up, there's like, hey, what phone carrier you got? Oh, you're paying, so much for a data plan and you got overcharges. Sign up for this and now you get a better data plan. You probably don't get the overcharges anymore.
And you get a free tablet because they took the $100 credit for the tablet.
Okay, yeah.
And you were giving them free tablets.
And then they say, yeah, get a free tablet too. It's almost like they made the person feel like they got a free tablet for signing up for a better data plan. When all they were doing was just cashing in that person's $100 voucher for the tablet. So while the premise, while the premise of HB and EBB was obviously geared more towards home internet, residential internet, because it's tied to the internet plan, the data plan, they were able to, second tier telecom providers were able to then leverage that for their own use.
It's a very minor step because in the having smartphones of some kind is a much more universal situation. So it's a step to just say do this service as opposed to do this and start something new.
Yeah. So one other thing that we talked about is about coalition building. And how a lot of these things that we're talking about, getting people enrolled in ACP enrollment programs, access to digital skills training, affordable internet, and also access to affordable devices. What you see a lot of communities are doing is establishing coalitions to help share information, keep the people that they're serving in their respective nonprofits or agencies plugged into what's available to them and so forth. So, and where you see greater utilization rates are where you have pure partnership between the libraries, the community action agencies, the housing authorities, and the school districts to pair up on these type of things. Do you see any of that happening, or are there elements or aspects of that in not even, maybe not at the county level, but at the city level in your respective communities? Or could there be a benefit to it?
That's a coalition.
Yeah.
I certainly see the benefit potential.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Potential without so absolutely.
Right. Okay. Any other thoughts or questions as we look at to what's going on in Mahoney County, what's going on in Asheville County, what's going on in Trumbull County that we should know about? I think, and she brought up like, what's been going really well? I mean, we've been talking a lot about the challenges, but what's been going great that you've seen, or what's been really effective and you just wish you could do more of?
The coalition would be great. My question would be, where did Jim get this feedback or?
Well, so, exactly. So as I said, we're taking this feedback in, we're charged with then putting all this stuff, documenting all this information, and turning it over to BroadbandOhio and saying, here's what we heard county by county for Northeast Ohio. So they're gonna take that and then put that into a statewide digital equity plan. So when they say we need additional dollars to try to implement some of these programs or to stand up initiatives, properly fund initiatives, that's where the feedback we're getting from today will help inform their funding strategies around digital equity down the road.
Is there anything we can do meanwhile to get data, they come
Yeah,
back and say,
yeah,
that data is weak or that information is weak, what can we do?
Yeah, well, so we're gonna come back to you. So a couple of things. One, folks that are here, I mean, we've been capturing notes, capturing information, stuff like that. Chances are we're gonna be reaching back out to you and say, hey, can we follow up on it? You mentioned this. What was the name of the actual program? What was the name of the actual AC? Or how long has that been going on? We're gonna be doing that as we try to, really plug in the gaps of the information that we're hearing from real time right here. But we're also going to really come back to the region. We're gonna probably host, as I said, sometime in early to mid-June, a half-day or 3-hour regional digital, Northeast Ohio Digital Inclusion Summit to say, here's what we heard. This is what it looks like, folks. Does it sound right? Did we capture the right things? And then from that, we got to come back with a set of priorities for Northeast Ohio that we want to present to BroadbandOhio. You need to help us prioritize those priorities. What's first, second, third, or fourth? What's most important versus what's a nicety type of thing that you think Northeast Ohio needs? We're just the vehicle to get that information from you all to then hand over to BroadbandOhio, who's charged with, doing that as part of their planning, digital equity planning grant. So then NTIA, so they go to NTIA and then say, here's what we need going forward to try to implement these worthy things or pilot initiatives that we want to fund and things of that nature. I think BroadbandOhio has also a vision of maybe standing up an actual Northeast Ohio coalition. How that looks, how that would play out, I'm not sure. Is that a virtual, we get together once a month on a Zoom call and share stories, do report outs, or hear from different things, have key presenters, talk about funding initiatives, grant opportunities, where we stand with things. I'm not sure, but I do think that they have an idea of standing up, one for Northeast Ohio, one for Northwest, one for Southeast, one for Southwest, and one for Central. Since we've already got you engaged and plugged in, let's keep you engaged, let's keep you plugged in, because maybe it will help out with the efficiencies in operationalizing whatever plan they come out with. They're gonna need your help because that's where they got the information from. So they definitely, so that's really a TBD, but I definitely think that that's something that they do have on the horizon to actually stand up and formally establish one for each region.
Establish what? I'm sorry.
The ongoing regional digital inclusion alliance or coalition.
It's the coming back together to review the plan.
Yeah.
And that's an in-person meeting, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what that means, among other things, is that people can meet other people
Absolutely.
with the experience of doing this. I want to say that what what you've been describing is so familiar. So that these are the exact experiences that people we know. But also there are people who figured out ways to approach some of this stuff. So one of the opportunities here is, get together and meet some of the people who are your peers, because there are a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah,
And
meet members of your tribe.
and I mean, both in libraries and outside libraries. No, I'm thinking like in Cleveland. I mean, the Cuyahoga County Public Library has a really.
Say that again?
Which has gone.
Probably not, just because we don't need to get representative towards Cleveland. One other thing I'll say before you step up, we're also gonna be sending out surveys.
Oh, great.
We've been encouraging to help us getting some of those surveys filled out by even tell us if they're fair.
Yeah.
And maybe help and give you a stipend to help out.
Also, Ohio has the Broadband Alliance, and I think Anna will add you to that, and we'll get some emails. And they're talking about doing some regional meetings.
Yeah,
But basically,
do this.
broadband related that they're doing,
Yeah.
you'll get an email.
Oh, perfect.
And anyway, companies are on it,
Yeah.
individuals, nonprofits.
I could do to help,
Yeah, no, we definitely have your information, so we definitely be connected back into on an ongoing basis to help fill this out, but definitely. thank you for that. So any other comments or conversation, because, sorry,
Yeah, I'll chime in. So, Mark Gregg, Eastgate. I think one of the things I haven't mentioned it in the break, but Eastgate primarily the planning and technical assistance for the Freetown region.
Yep.
A variety of programs, not just broadband, but we're unfunded for broadband. So just to give you a quick example, the planning we do for transportation, we have regular funding that comes in
Yeah.
for ODOT to do that for Mahoning and Trumbull County for broadband. We've typically just taken this on pro bono, if you will.
yeah,
And just kind of forward it into other programs, but long term, we're thinking if we want to continue to provide the technical assistance at the local level, cities, county governments, help with grant writing, project development, project facilitation. We're hoping that there might be some kind of a funding stream to tap into for technical.
Absolutely.
assistance. So that was something I want to make sure, it might be more for the BroadbandOhio meeting next Thursday.
well, no, I think it would be for both, it would be
But
for.
I think that's gotta be an issue around the state, because when our locals, when they come to us with questions, a lot of them lack the bandwidth and the capacity, they don't have grant writers or planners on staff, and so. There's only so much that Eastgate can do, and we're lucky to have a broadband coordinator on staff right now, but, those resources are crucial to help with the actual carrying out of the projects and the projects.
Okay, great. So I have about 3:35 right now. We reconvened around 1:45, so we've been going for close to another 2 hours. I think this might be a good time. I don't think we're gonna get any more stragglers at this point where we.
Isn't 4 o'clock listed for residents?
Yes.
For residents?
Okay, we'll hang around, although we typically don't see residents popping up.
Yeah.
But we'll hang around for a little while. But, this would be another great opportunity for another break, if you will. And then we'll hang around here to see if we get any additional people that show up. And if not, we'll probably wrap it up, 4:30, 4:45 or something.
Okay.
So let's take another break till 4 o'clock.